consuming it can be searching for royalty-free media, and when you do find some, they're always bad. We use Artlist on almost all of our videos. There's a massive library of
NIVF. NIVF.
BW. LMNT. MNMT. CANF. ATYR. CKPT. MNMT.
NIVF. NIVF.
RAM. RAM.
NIVF.
DN. BW.
NIVF.
LMNT. BDN.
NIVF.
BW. RAM. RAM. LMNT. UE. LMNT.
NIVF.
SLDB. SLDB. BW. BGS. BGS. SLDB. FULT. FULT. PTEN. KRNY. PTEN. CULT.
RBLX, Roblox.
HCAT.
NIVF.
Says we're officially launching the first ever Roblox Teen Council, 5-month program in the U.S.
URL.
designed for us to collaborate and hear from teens on platform features, safety, digital well-being. That's RBLX, Roblox.
PTLO.
IMRX.
PTLO. SLDB. CUK. CCL. PTLO. PTLO.
Donald Trump on Bloomberg TV.
BW. BW.
NIVF.
AMLX. AMLX.
NIVF.
WLDS.
NIVF.
MRM. MRM.
MRM.
LMND. MRM. PTLO. GOF.
MRM.
ATYR. LMND.
MRM.
MRM. MRM. MRM. MRM.
MRM.
AMLX. BW. BW. BRBS.
Curry. MRM.
BGC.
SLRX. SLRX.
BGC.
MRM.
The new $7 Lux Cravings box from Taco Bell with the beefy
SLRX.
burrito, Doritos Locos Taco.
ESTM. ESTM.
SLRX. CMND. SLRX. NIVF. BTTR. ALLR.
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 BRBS. ATYR.
ALLR.
ATYR.
NIVF, NIVF,
EXTR, drug,
drug,
DRUG.
Big spread.
War highs now. Delta
Drug.
Romeo Uniform Golf.
big spread,
drug, drug,
drug,
Share is hitting $19.50 now, up 660%.
ATYR,
drug,
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 MRM,
OKLO, NIVF, 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 drug, NIVF, drug, UAVS,
SOXS,
NIVF,
FFWM,
UAVS, drug,
GNL,
NIVF, NIVF, drug, drug,
ULCC, Frontier Pilots vote overwhelmingly to strike. Uniform Unit Charlie.
drug,
SOXS,
drug, 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 big spread, ADTX, drug,
drug,
UAVS,
drug,
ADTX,
drug,
NIVF, drug,
ATYR. BCAS.
APO, Apollo, AMC, and Amazon. IYR, final trades on CNBC.
X.
Euros. Euros.
HIMS.
Drug.
HIMS.
SMCI and NVDA, Supermicro, Liquid Cooled.
Drug.
Did you know that gamers and tech enthusiasts like you and I have turned their passion into an IT career? JobWorks Education and Training.
Super
HIMS.
clusters for AI data centers powered by
HIMS.
NVIDIA
Drug.
GB200 NVL72.
Watch the spread.
And NVIDIA
Drug.
HGX B200 systems.
Big spread.
Press
Yeah.
release now.
Drug.
That's Sandy Michael Charlie
HIMS.
India, November Victor Delta
HIMS.
Alpha.
Drug.
HIMS. Drug. BLRS. BLRS.
Drug.
BLRS.
Drug.
Intel, INTC, and AMD
Drug.
announced creation of an
PGRE.
86
PGRE.
Ecosystem Advisory.
Drug. 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 Drug.
BLRS.
Drug. Big spread. Drug. Big spread. Drug. Drug.
Drug.
2311 now on Bright Minds at the high.
Drug.
Are halted again.
Drug.
Up
Big spread.
853%.
NIVF. NIV.
Drug.
Letter X, U.S. Steel calling on Trump comments.
Cooler. 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 BGS.
NIVF.
BIGC.
NIVF.
Kim. ARQQ.
NIVF.
BMNT.
NIVF.
SLTV. HIMS.
NIVF. NIVF.
IMTS. BIGC.
CMND.
Trump said it would stop U.S. Midland steel deal.
RWT.
If it's not completed.
HIMS. SLDB.
TVGN. NIVF.
GS. CMND.
CMND,
NDLS, ESTM,
NIVF,
MNMT,
TVGN, CMND,
NDLS, MNMT,
TVGN, PHUN,
KIM,
NIVF,
SOXS, 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 PFFA, ONL, NIVF,
NIVF,
CMND, CMND, BGS, WW,
NIVF, NIVF,
ARQQ, AGBA, SLDB,
AGBA,
BSTM, IMTX,
CMND, PYXS,
IMTX,
UABS,
IMTX,
Drug, Big Spread, Drug, Big Spread, Drug, Drug,
$25 now on Bright Pines, continuing to spike here. 25.67, up about 950% at the UG.
Drug, Drug. Watch the spread. Drug. Big spread.
29.12
Drug.
now on PRUG and shares still trading.
ADTX.
GNS shares are halted for news.
IXHL.
Genius Group, Golf November Sandy shares halted pending news.
Drug.
ADTX. ADTX.
Drug.
ADTX.
Bug.
Drug. Big spread. ADTX. ADTX.
DRUG share is now pulling back $54.
ADTX. ADTX.
Trump said if I did speak to Putin, it's a smart thing.
IBIO.
ADTX.
ADTX.
NRGV.
ADTX. SLDB.
ADTX.
BZAS. HIMS. HIMS. HIMS.
Drug. Big spread.
HIMS.
ATYR. Drug. NIVF. SNPX. SNPX. PHUN. ATYR. SNPX.
AGVA. SLDB. BSTM.
Listen, paying $14.99 a month for a streaming app and $9.99 a month for a music app and $12.99 for a fitness app and more money for a bunch of other apps, that really adds up. So why not get YouTube Premium for just $13.99? It's like having
NIVF. Drug.
CCCS.
NIVF.
TNFA. EB. SNPX.
NIVF.
TNFA. TNFA.
NIVF.
ADTX. BIGC.
Drug.
BGS. BGS. ADTN. EB. BGS. ADTN,
ADTX,
EXTR,
ADTX,
EXTR,
ADTX,
ADTX,
ADTX, ADTX, drug, big spread,
BCAX,
drug, big spread, drug, big spread, drug, big spread, drug,
PGRE, TNFA,
TVGN,
TNFA, TNFA, ARQQ, PGRE, PGRE,
drug, drug,
TNFA,
drug,
BGS, ADTN,
NIVF,
MYNZ, ARQQ, VSTM,
ARAY,
BGS,
drug, NIVF, NIVF,
NIVF,
NIVF,
I've been receiving checks from Charles Schwab's on a weekly basis. Let me show you. Here are a few of the checks.
What's up, everyone? What's up, everyone?
Drug.
All right, so we're going to go over the trades for
Drug.
today. I have to say, this week is night and day from last week. Last Monday, red day recap. Last Tuesday, red day recap. Now, Wednesday, things ended up turning around. I had a $10,000 day last Wednesday. Thursday was
Drug.
flat. Friday, a $6,000 day. Yesterday was up 14 grand. Today I'm up 10
Drug.
grand. So just like that, well, since Wednesday, it's nearly $40,000 of profit. What a nice swing. And that
Drug.
makes a huge difference on the month of October. To have 1 week, or about 7 days, where I'm up 40 grand, that's solid. That's really what I like to see. So what's different? Well,
Drug.
there's a couple things. And I would say, number one, the strategy hasn't changed, but the outcome has. And that's because during the beginning of the week last week, I was not being disciplined. I was getting sloppy. I was trading a lot of low quality setups. I was being too aggressive. I had some profit. I gave it back. I overtraded, trading later in the day. I just was not
NIVF.
being really dialed in on what
BGS.
works for me. I was just being sloppy. And, this is the thing where I was kind of joking that, this last
NIVF.
week of being disciplined has been huge. So I've been doing my
NIVF.
discipline meditations. I've been really trying to get my
NIVF.
CMMB.
CAPR. PHUN. CAPR. PHUN. CAPR. ADTX. SLRX.
ARQQ.
ADTX. NIVF.
PGRE. PGRE.
NIVF. NIVF. NIVF.
VSTM. CWK. SLDB.
NIVF. Drug. Big spread. Drug. NIVF.
WW.
Drug.
Myself dialed in and focused, and it's definitely been paying off. So now all I have to do is be disciplined for the rest of my career. But what we know about trading and the human emotion is that we sort of oscillate. We go through these periods where we'll be super disciplined, and then we start kind of getting away with being a little more aggressive. The market's hot, and so you start to get a little sloppy, but it still works. And then you have that big loss, and now you've got to self-correct. And so there's sort of that expansion and contraction that's going to happen with every trader. And so as much as that...
So this book called Six Figures from Scratch is designed to keep open while you trade. So
I'd like to say, all right, now I just have to do this for the rest of my career. I know that, being really disciplined and having the guardrails on really tight is important when things are going not so well, because you need to focus on the basics and what is most likely to work for you. But once things start to pick back up, you do want to venture out of your comfort zone and take a little bit more risk. So let's go ahead and jump on the charts here. I only traded 2 stocks today, but you know what? Look at that jackknife on drug. Just in the last couple minutes, we had a nasty jackknife right here. And this is the type of thing that I think I'm avoiding by not overstaying my welcome right now. So, in fact, I didn't take any trades on drug. It's up 67%. But the problem for me was that the move started after the open. And I already booked my profit and was double the daily goal, and I'm rounding up by $60.
Drug.
So I'm at $9,940.32 today. But green on 2 stocks, double the daily goal. I just felt like, look, it's not worth pushing it, right? We know my metrics. I've got them right here. I talked about them yesterday. Profitability based on time of the day, right? So doing the best early, and then the longer into the day I go, the higher the risk seems to get, and the higher the risk of getting triggered.
Drug.
So first trades of the day. Sat down this morning, 6:45, looking at the scans, and I saw drug was on the scans because it had a big move after hours. But I honestly looked at it and thought, no, it's not going to work. Popped up big time after hours, pulled back, popped up at 4 a.m. And at 7 a.m., well, somewhere around here, there was nothing to trade. It was just sort of fading and going sideways. So that was not on the list. But you know what was? BNZI. Our old friend BNZI. Now, this is a stock that we've traded a number of times in the last couple of weeks. We've had some big moves on it. And so all of a sudden, 4 a.m., this thing spikes up from a close yesterday of 380 all the way to 648. but I couldn't see any news to support the move. So I don't really know what gave this that pop at 4 a.m. It retraces most of the move,
TBLA.
well, all the way down
Silo.
to here. So it retraces
TBLA.
70% of the move, comes back up, dips back down, comes back up, dips back down.
Trump said
and then
the
at 7
president should
a.m.,
be able to talk to
just
Fed
before
chairs.
7 a.m., it starts to pull away right here. So my first trade of the day was buying 5,000 shares at
ADTX.
575 and selling for a loss at 571. First trade in the red. So lost about $175 on the first trade. And, you know, I was like, all right, well,
ADTX.
that's a little annoying. So that trade was right here. So first trade
ADTX.
got in right here and stopped out basically as it came back down. So
NIVF.
red on the first trade.
ADTX.
But, you know, a red trade isn't how I want to start the day, but I can handle it. So anyways, recovered that loss. And look at this, by the way, look at the side chart. drug. So this is the thing that drives people crazy. You buy this, you get a massive jackknife, and then it rips up. And this is so hard to trade when this happens. Now, that was a nice little micro pullback right there before that pop. But like this will stop out all the longs who buy. They get flushed here. And then all of a sudden the shorts are getting stopped. So it's like, it's just nobody wins. It's a massive tug of war. It's not fun. So anyways, so back to BNZI. So BNZI, so first trade on it was 575, stopped out for a loss, comes back up, I get back in. We break through 580 right here, 590. We go up to 650 and 620. Boom, I'm up $1,000 on it. All right, sweet. Now I can increase my share size. Consolidation through here, take 10,000 shares for the next leg up. We get a squeeze from 615 up to 640. It pulls back. We get a move up to 650, up to a high of 660, and then we drop down. And this was one where I kind of said to myself, you know what? Just be aggressive at the front of the beginning of the move, right? Front side of the move, and then don't overstay on the back side. So when it drops down here, I just sort of thought,
TNON, T9
you know
Medical
what? I don't know if
granted
this is
U.S.
going to be worth
patent
it.
systems
And
apparatus
as you
and
can see,
methods
it
for
ends up just
stabilizing
pulling back.
sacroiliac joints.
So the really clean trades were early in the move, and then that was it. Now, what was kind of disappointing about this one was the sell-off. From a high of 648 now all the way back to 413, which is not surprising because there wasn't really a clear catalyst to support the move. But even in spite of that, it's a little disappointing that it pulled back this
NIVF.
much. I mean, TWG has, the secondary offering at 40 cents a share and is still holding up relatively well. So you just never know which ones are going to hold and which ones are going to fade. So after the trades on BNZI, I was sitting at 3,900 on the day. I was like, all right, look, I'm not the daily goal of $5,000, but it's a good day, and I had a great day yesterday. So, if that's all I get, that's all I get.
SLRX.
So traded BNZI from about 7 a.m.
Drug.
until 7:15, and then I didn't take any trades. I sat here all cash doing nothing for over an hour.
SLRX.
It wasn't until 9:08 that I took my next trade, which was on SGD. So I waited almost 2 hours for my next trade.
You want to know what's cooler than me buying an RV park that makes $20,000 a month passively without a bank?
SGD, this one's also kind of remarkable because this thing went from 350 all the way up to nearly 7
Drug.
and is now back
Trump
to
said he's not a fan of Google.
So pretty dramatic move. On this one, I got in a little late.
NIVF.
So
Drug.
For this one, it pops up here first to 440. It pulls back, and then it
NIVF.
goes up to $5 and it pulls back. It goes up to 540 and pulls back. Now, I tried to trade this in thinkorswim, but in my thinkorswim account, my small account challenge, my orders got rejected.
NIVF.
Well, actually, they didn't get rejected. They just sat there. I have a buy order sitting here, and it's just nothing's happening. And I was like, gosh darn it, what
NIVF.
is going on? So I tried several times to get in, and then I just ended up giving up. I said, you know what? I can't get in at this point.
NIVF.
It's too extended. So unfortunately, I missed this pullback, and this pullback because I tried to trade them in my thinkorswim account
NIVF.
and got rejected each time. So that was really annoying. All right, so finally, I'm like, you know what? Whatever. I'm just going to trade this in my
NIVF.
main account. So on my main account, I took my first trade at it was actually right here.
Trump
it
said
was
he has
at,
great respect for
about
Elon
908
Musk.
right through
Drug.
here. And I bought this dip, and we got this nice trade here from I got in at 565, 5,000 shares. It goes up to 585. and then took some profit off the
WLDS.
table. Let's see.
Drug.
And then I add back at 636, 639,
WLDS.
640, and 650. We get the squeeze right here up to about 660 and up to a high of
WLDS.
680.
NIVF.
So, ended up locking up about $6,000 of profit on SGD, just trading the front side of this move. Didn't overside my
NIVF.
welcome, didn't trade the back side.
WLDS.
Open. I was watching it, didn't take any
NIVF.
trades. Honestly, just kind of felt like I just wasn't sure. I just wasn't feeling it. I was like,
NIVF. NIVF.
NIVF.
I just, the thing is, I sort of felt like it needed to dip. And then by the time, like right in here, it dipped a little bit, but not enough. And then I was like, I don't know. I don't want to get caught on top of this and then catch a jackknife. And then it just ended up pulling back. And then it tries to come up right here. And then it flushes down and then it halts down.
NIVF.
So I was like, yeah, you know what? Leave it alone.
NIVF.
So this one pulled
NIVF.
back pretty hard. Anyways, I traded the front side of the move.
NIVF.
Short stop,
NIVF.
in my retirement account.
NIVF.
So trade the front side, didn't trade the back side, and that was that. And then we had drug at the open.
NIVF.
So at the open on drug, initially I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, all right, descending resistance right here around 3, right? We break through that, but I'm thinking, all right, well, we've got resistance here and here, the high of these levels. So was sort of thinking 350 was going to be probably the top on this, maybe 360. It ends up going all the way up to a halt up at 387. Now, the problem with that halt up was that, at that point I was like, well, it's so extended, I don't think I can really buy it. I mean, I could do a dip and rip, and I was watching it, but it was really, I mean, look, we already have this jackknife here, which, by the way, means for the rest of the day, this stock is no longer trustworthy, because once they've done one of these, they will do more. It's only a matter of time. So now you've got to assume at any time you're buying this in an extension, when it's squeezing up, you could catch an instant dollar a share flush. So now you've got to be really focused on buying off
ADTX. DVIA.
But anyways, so this area here kind of just happened a little too quick, and I was like, I just don't want to screw up my day, because I've kind of had this track record this month of having some nice days like today, and then giving back too much of it, overstaying my welcome, trading, longer into the day than I probably should. So it ends up dipping. It comes up to 4, and there was a wall there at 4, a wall of sellers. Look at all this buying right here at 4. It just did not want to break. So it's like right here. So a wall of sellers. It finally breaks, goes up to 418, and then it drops down to 370, then back up to 430, then back down, then back up, then back down. So it's kind of choppy through here, going above and below the $0.50 or whole dollar of 4. Usually we don't see that. Then it goes up to 450,
have the best
and then it punches up to 490, and I was like, oh man. And then you get that double top rejection right there. So all through there, I was like, no, I think I made the right move to sit it out.
VSTM.
The rejection that I saw just before I started the recap, I was like, yep, that's not good. And you know what? Could I have bought this dip here after the rejection above VWAP? Certainly could have. It just would have been a higher risk trade. Could have bought this micro pullback. It's an aggressive move, especially since it previously rejected this area. And we don't know if there's someone out there that's ready to dump a 200,000 share sell order, because that's kind of what creates that. You get someone that dumps a huge order, and then because it's regular trading hours, stop orders start firing. Those are market orders. More market orders fire, and you get this algo flush where all the stops get taken out, and you get this drop. So, now, as you get this squeeze higher, to me, that was a nice little micro pullback, but a risky one. Could have gotten 50 cents a share out of it from about 490 up to 540. And then resumption, this has all just been too choppy so far. So anyway, leaving some money on the table today, but really can't complain too much, because I'm walking away with $9,940.32, which is a really solid day. And you're never going to catch them all, right? So as long as you're booking some profit, I think you're doing a good job. One of the things I was thinking about was, I've been thinking about this quite a lot, because, of course there's, you hear about these short sellers that, take a trade on like a CHSN.
BIGC. ADTX.
ADTX.
U.
Drug. Big spread.
GNS. Shares are halted.
Drug. Watch the spread.
Genius Group restructures board with 4 new appointees. That's Golf November Sandy.
ADTX. Drug.
U.
Drug.
NIVF. NIVF. NIVF.
NIVF.
NIVF. NIVF.
NIVF.
November India
Drug.
Victor Foxtrot. NIVF shares spiking here to new highs, $2.75. That's November India Victor Foxtrot.
Drug.
NIVF. NIVF. NIVF.
NIVF. Drug. 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 Drug.
Else. ADTX. ADTX.
NIVF.
Else. U.
NIVF.
We are so back, and I'm not just.
What if there was a way to know if a stock will be bullish or bearish the day before? The truth is,
NIVF.
SQSP.
NIVF.
This is FTMO, and it's a trading firm that funds traders and gives you up to a
CAPR.
Just chill, right? I like retail trading because I find it relaxing compared to what I do. Because I used to have to manipulate 20, 30 different stocks at the same time. So I'd have 30 level twos up on
50 different brokerage accounts and everything. And
well, you know,
how did you even do that? How did you even do that in the 90s with your 486 computer? I mean, how'd you phones? Okay,
everything was on phones. Like you'd have a
NIVF.
big phone with 20 speed dials.
Yep.
And then see, in the old days, like if I wanted to wipe out 6 bids,
NIVF.
I'd take 2 phones. My partner would take 2 phones, and the guy on the other side of me would take 2 phones, and we'd go 1, 2, 3, ready, and we'd all hit 6 market makers instantaneously to wipe out their bids.
Oh my
right?
God.
Or to lift their offers to clean
Drug.
out their inventory, right? There are other things too, like, you know, if I'm trading a stock and I want to get people short, I'll put a market maker who doesn't have any calls, doesn't have a lot of clients. I'll put them on the low offer, and then I'll auto execute all the big ones off of his offer, clean out their inventories, lift his offer, and then jam the market up.
See, this is and this is where Stephen. So Stephen and I are obviously retail traders, okay. And we really focus on low floats, okay. That's kind of our niche, low floats in a hot sector with a day one type press release. Now, what's different between him and I is I used to try and short these and did it for years, and then I felt like a market shift in like 2016. So now I'm almost exclusively looking to play the squeeze when I see that float rotating, 10 times, 100 times. And because I think I recognized a change in the market. Now, Steven shorts those and does well at it because he's so good at, at sticking the stop losses and stuff. But what is, and that's why Kim brought you on as the they, because Steven and I talk about this a lot is, we see this like you said, you've got that, that sketchy stock that's bullshit press release that's jammed up in pre-market, pulls at the open, and then rips back. Yeah. Is that the they? I mean, is that? Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So here's the thing. In the pre-market, what we do, if you guys know what a box is,
box in a trade, like
box of trade, yeah.
No, the box account.
No,
the box. That's the account that runs the stock.
Okay.
Okay. Usually it's the deal guys or a group of deal guys, and it's the cash and the stock are in those accounts. So what happens is in the pre-market, I will bid the market up. You guys will come, right? This is called a gap and trap. So we gap the market up, right? Right. We gap it. We sell it.
I like the sounds of this,
right? And we hold it up we hold the market up just to sell it to you, right? Now, once, like we have a saying, when the ducks are quacking, feed them. So you guys come, we feed you. Then when you're overstuffed, we pull the bid, and that's the trap. And then take out all your stops, buy it all back. That up and down motion cashes up the box. So now we have all your stock and all your cash. So we've made a little bit of money. Now what we do is we cut supply. And then that second run starts. Right? And then we'll sell into that gently. Now, if it's a good, what I say, my book is called, the one I'm writing is called Proper Villains. And I'll say, if it's a good criminal, they'll take their time and they'll feather the selling out.
The long con, as they say.
Right? Well, the story about the two bulls, right? The story about the two bulls is the first thing you learn on a trade desk, right?
Yep.
When you have all the money and all
Steven's the young bull and I'm the old bull.
Right?
You know the saying, right? Right? You know the saying, Steven?
Yeah, I get it, but look, everything that you're saying and all of the words that you're using, we just have different words. So like we know your game, we don't know the intricacies, we don't know how you do it, but we know that we're like they are soaking. Like there's soaking going on. Someone's soaking the stock. Someone's holding the price. This is gonna go parabolic. They're gonna soak, and send it parabolic soon. Or for example, we'll know that it's run up, and then someone will pull the rug. So as retail traders, we have like the same words but different for things.
I mean, I talk manipulatorese, right? And I try and translate that to retail. But yeah, so we'll that move in the pre-market cashes us up. It allows us to hold the bid at higher prices and make it go parabolic, like you say. When it goes parabolic, retail just comes running. Right? They just chase, because human beings chase price, right? Just like they'll stand in line to buy an iPhone, right? It's just human behavior, right? So when you chase price, we fill you. Now, if the stock has any kind of supply at all, I mean, we'll start filling, but if there is really no supply and the thing actually is not being run properly, it can just keep going and going and going. But most of these deals now, the way the market is structured, most of these deals either have a convertible debenture or an institutional holder or an offshore holder that has a sizable position, and they will liquidate into that buying, right? We always sell into strength.
Yep.
Yeah, but just to clarify, so you'll pull the supply and then you'll ignite the fire, get the demand going, get the retailers interested. You've already pulled the supply, so it's easy to push that stock higher.
Exactly.
You'll get the retailers to chase it. Then when it's really just too good to be true. Boom, you hit that selling, you put that supply back in the market, and all of a sudden you guys take.
Yeah, and the thing is,
it's beautiful. I want to be on your side.
It's a great thing. And see, I mean, I used to do this all the time. I used to always remember when someone's desperate to sell, you must take advantage of them. So what I would do, see, in the old days, we would have these pirate market making firms, right? There was a firm called Fierro Brothers who were notorious short seller. The guy used to wear a bulletproof vest to work because
oh my God.
Right?
Jeez.
We had guys like this.
All short sellers should wear a bulletproof vest.
Right? So this is back when we were allowed to naked short. So what I would do is, if I knew that there was a Vancouver promoter who had a crappy deal and I didn't like the guy, say, or he was a dirtbag, right? So they've got a deal and they're paying for promotion, right? I know that the guy can't trade his way out of a wet paper bag. So I call Knight and I go, show me bids. So he'll go, hey, JJ, I can pay 100,000. I can pay $1 or the bid for 100,000 shares. So I go, great. I'll sell you 100,000 at 96 or 97 cents. He makes $4,000 for making the call, right? And then I'll say, get the hell out of the way, right? Or I'll flash 666 on the offer, right? Then my guys know to get the hell out of the way, and then I will beat the holy living crap out of that stock from 97 cents down to 60 cents. The people who are on the other side of the deal in Vancouver, because they're not used to trading OTC BB stocks, have no idea what's going on, right? So I knock it down to 60 cents, and then I'll send another market maker to the promoter's trader and say, listen, I can pay you 65 cents for 100,000. They'll sell it because they got that stock for free.
Yeah.
So now I've made 40 cents on 100,000 shares for 20 minutes work.
Now
how do one of the mechanics things that I've never fully understood is like, how do you, and I don't want anything to do with any of this, but like, how does someone obtain this paper? Is this in like shady back rooms over lines of Coke or what?
No. Usually it's at places like Peter Luger or Smith Walensky. Here's what happens, right? When I first started in this advertising business, that the little Bullwinkle guy got me a job at, we had all these public companies and I didn't know. And I said to my boss, I said, hey, chief, I said, which one of these deals should I buy? Like, which one can I make money on? He looked at me and he said, JJ, you don't buy stock, you sell it.
Right.
Right. And I'm like, okay, well, how the hell do you sell it if you don't buy it? He goes,
there you go. That's kind of where I was headed. Yeah.
You get it given to you.
Okay.
People would pay me. Sometimes people would pay me 1 million shares to work on a deal for 3 weeks. JJ, can you help me trade this out? It's 20-cent paper. Here's 1 million shares, right? Help me out while I get rid of this. Help me move this out. Help me trade it out. And you know what? If you need more paper, just ask. It's 15 cents a pound, right? See, the thing is, stock is just worthless paper, right? It's not, we try and put, but under that $20 range, a lot of these companies, well, hell, even Uber, what did they lose? $4 billion, right? Usually that would be a bankruptcy filing. Now it's a public company, right? Because we have cheap interest rates and people will buy anything, right? When people are spending $400 million on Halloween costumes for their pets, you can sell them any worthless piece of crap stock.
Fair enough.
Come on. I mean, seriously, the economy is awash in cheap money, right? So people are taking advantage of that. I mean, could you imagine walking into JP Morgan's office and saying, I've got a unicorn I want to take public?
Right.
He would beat you until you bled to death. Right?
I mean, totally unprofitable company. Yeah.
Let's take this public, right? So, that's the thing. And that was a tough thing for me when I became a retail trader because I was addicted to free stock. Right? It's the worst addiction to have because, and deal guys, they'd say they'd have 2, 3, or 4 deals. And what they do is like, if you need 50 grand for the weekend, just pick up the phone and sell some stock.
Wow. CMND.
Right? That's how we talked. And my clients, I never had a single retail client. So at the end of the day, my phone call was, JJ, what was the volume? was 10 million
Bright
shares.
Minds
How
Medicine
much did I
hitting
sell?
$30.53 at the high.
Okay, you know what to
Right
do
off
on
over
settlement.
1,000%
Wire the money here.
DRUG.
See it. Click. That was it.
IMRX.
So how, JJ, is it possible today, if there is more regulation, like what are traders up against today?
SLRX.
What are they up against today if it's not as Wild West anymore in the United States?
Yeah.
You know, look, we have Canadian viewers too, but probably a lot of
DMEA.
US viewers.
ADTX.
They've regulated the markets, and now that under $5 price range is very, very Disneyland family friendly.
Don't trade alone. Trade with me live using one simple strategy, and I'll help.
Right, compared to when I was trading.
Got it.
I find that there, you're in your 20s and you're making 200 grand a month. My market makers were making 4 or 5 million a month, right? So if I was retail trading and I lost 20 grand, I'd just call up somebody and go, hey, can you put up 20 for me? And they'd take it. So they'd take the bad trade off. That's not a good habit as a retail trader, right? Sure. Because you don't, you can always get some, or you can stuff it in a client account that owes you money or something, right?
Yeah.
So we had a lot of bad habits that way. And what was going on was there was a client of this guy, my boss, and we'll call him T-Bone. And the client was using fake ID to open accounts. And he ran a deal, a massive deal, where they had enough money to actually advertise on CNBC. And this thing was trading millions and millions of dollars every day. It was trading like a NASDAQ deal on the OTCBB, which was pink sheets at the time. And I kept saying to the compliance officer, who was a young guy that we used to bribe, because
I love that your compliance guy takes bribes.
Oh yeah, because his sister had an account, and we just run trades through his sister's account.
I bet he won the best compliance officer award ever.
Oh yeah. It's like, hey, your sister made 5 grand. Click, right? And we just run flips through his account, and we used to call him Radio Raheem.
True.
And Radio, I kept telling Radio, I go, man, there's a lot of money going through this office, man. There's something. Are you sure everything's okay? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, because most brokers were making 200-300 grand a month. My boss was making 6 million a month.
PHUN.
Right. And I'm like, I don't know, man. And I go, these deals they're trading so much dollar volume. And this is before like awesome penny stocks and those guys. So trading $20-30 million worth of paper in a day was quite an accomplishment. And I was like, oh man, I just like,
we lost you for about 10 seconds there.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Hear me? Oh yeah.
You just dropped out for a second.
Oh, sorry. So
that was Radio Raheem.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that was Radio Raheem.
Make sure you get your tinfoil hat.
Yeah.
He hears you now. He hears you now, JJ.
Yeah. He hears me now.
JJ, what do you think is the most important thing, though, that the retail traders now need to watch out for?
Well, they think they need to know the business. They need to understand what's going on in the business and how it pertains to them. The biggest mistake I see people doing is shorting when there's no supply. And going after those kind of sexy stocks when, like Ray, who's been on your podcast, I mean, he'll come up with something like a 9 EMA scan where they can just take a nice, easy trade and just, hug the EMA and everything will be okay. Right. So it's just, it's that, it's that feeling I get that so much of the trading information is wrong out there. And I hate to say it, but I've taken 200 companies public. And I've traded billions of dollars in dollar volume. And I've done things that, like, honestly, that are just absolutely, I mean, selling stock to Germany, I've done all of that. So I look at the way people are trading, and they're like, you see people doing things like shorting Tesla. When you look, all you need to do is look at the float, look who owns it, and realize that they're not selling it for 20 years. Why would you short it? There's no supply, right? People, the thing is, they've overcomplicated trading so much that people forget that all this stuff started under a tree 300 years ago. And we were so smelly, they wouldn't even let us, into a building. So, and I grew up with the kind of guys that were street smart. The first time I went to the New York Stock Exchange and met floor traders there were guys from Staten Island, Jersey.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't have PhDs.
No.
They weren't from Wharton.
None
they were
of them
street
do.
smart.
Totally.
Right. So I see so much a tendency to overcomplicate trading. And trading is all about supply. If there's no outside supply, then it's just inside supply, which is moved back and forth by wholesale, because that's their business model, right? They take it up, sell it to us. When we get tired of holding it, they take it down, buy it back, and they'll take a market up and hold it up to sell what they bought cheaper. And nobody understands that. Right. And if you understood that, then you wouldn't be shorting when they're moving the market up. Right. You'd be just going with it. Right.
Is there like a website though that's like, do not short this, the supply's been removed? Like, is there a website that just tells us this, or what?
No, it's just a little common sense. Here's the thing. There's a very secretive website. Nobody's ever heard of it. It's called Yahoo Finance. On there, you can go in and type in a stock, and it'll tell you statistics. It'll tell you what the structure is. Most people are trading stock. They don't even know what structure is. When you take a company public, it is structured in a way. There's an outstanding, there's an issued, and there's a float. And in that float, you have to see who owns that float, because it's all about who owns the marbles. It doesn't matter. Bailey Gifford owns a huge position in Tesla. Their time frame to hold an investment is 20, 30 years. They think that stock's going to 10,000.
So do I.
Why the hell would they sell it at $600?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So there's no supply. Right. People get so involved in indicators and this and that and sunspots and bulls holding flags. I don't know how they do. They have hooves. There's no retractable thumbs. I don't get all of this stuff. I don't even use candles. I use market profiles because it shows me where the position is. Right. And thank God I learned that, because I used to build candles, but I don't trade them at all. And that's not taking anything away, but wouldn't you want to trade
May 23rd, 2024. Remember this date, because this was the day the financial world
and actually understand the business. And instead of thinking about what should happen, news, this, that. Listen, I used to write news releases when the CEOs are too drunk, or when you can't find them after you've given them $2 million and they go on a bender. Right. So I was the guy who wrote the news releases. Why the hell would I read anything that, or trust that? Right. It's all that's all advertising. Like when they take a stock up in the pre-market, that's advertising to get you to come.
Exactly. Yep.
Right. Just like when I was a bouncer, you open the club at 9, at 11, you start a lineup, even if the club is empty. Why? Because people will go stand in line. People will always chase price. You get them to chase it in the pre-open. And here's the thing. Deal guys know this, but most retail traders don't know that you can move a market up a lot pre-open, because market makers don't have to make good on the minimum. So you can call them and you can tell them to move away, and they'll back away. So that you're doing them a favor, right? So they pull their offers, you open on a gap, retail comes in, and that's in the pre-open. And here's the thing. Deal guys know this, but most retail traders don't know that you can move a market up a lot pre-open, because market makers don't have to make good on the minimum. So you can call them and you can tell them to move away, and they'll back away. So that you're doing them a favor, right? So they pull their offers, you open on a gap, retail comes in, and that's fine. People will always chase price. You get them to chase it in the pre-open. And here's the thing. Deal guys know this, but most retail traders don't know that you can move a market up a lot pre-open because market makers don't have to make good on the minimum. So you can call them and you can tell them to move away, and they'll back away so that you're doing them a favor, right? So they pull their offers, you open on a gap, retail comes in, and that's buying that you've created, and then you sell it to them.
Yep.
Right? You take markets up to create demand, and then you introduce supply. And that's why you have a market. It's just like Walmart, except instead of toasters, we're selling you worthless paper.
Sure, exactly.
You know?
Stephen, did you have a question?
Yeah, actually, Stephen.
Stephen.
I forgot. Sorry.
And I'd say I'm blown away, but I kind of knew it happened, but I just didn't know that it was like this just big club and everyone's just getting super rich. I thought it was on a smaller scale, and I didn't realize it was people were so like brash about it, and just people made a lot of money. I mean, I feel sorry for us retail traders, but I mean, I don't know what to ask. It's kind of like just, again, I mean, as traders, we just cut losses quickly. If something looks sketchy, if something looks amiss, we just try and guess what the market makers are doing and just.
And the thing is, it's really not that complicated. It's just that nobody takes the time to learn because nobody ever talks about what I talk about. I don't know why it's never discussed.
Because nobody wants to walk away from that kind of money, JJ. Like, who wants to explain the secret sauce? It's like the secret sauce. What's in there? What's in their benefit? Like, I mean, you have a decency.
So here's my question. You know, and I 100% agree with you. But you know, like let's say the listener out there, where do they go to learn this? Versus, you know, do they go to the strip club at 3 a.m. and look and try and get a job?
No. Here's the thing: there are people and books who have educated. Those books and people are not okay. Well, there's Reminiscence of a Stock Operator, which I've given out 50 copies of that at least.
Wow.
I have a copy in my phone, in my car.
Wow.
It's like the Bible. I carry it around because every month I reread it.
Wow.
And I find stuff he talked about that still takes place now.
Wow.
There's a book written in 1874 by a man called William Worthington Fowler that describes all of the operations of Vanderbilt, Morgan, all of these big manipulators. This has been going on since time began. U.S. Steel, the very first billion-dollar public company, right? Morgan took it public with Carnegie and Schwab. But in the end, they needed to hire James R. Keene to make a market to dispose of $500 million worth of paper, right? You need to create a market to sell size into. That is what the markets are all about. And I teach this every day, and not to tout my thing, but what I like to do is I like to tell people, look, this is the common sense. This is the business. This is when we trade. This is when we don't. This is what we look for, right? And when it's not doing that, just chill, right? I like retail trading because I find it relaxing compared to what I do. Because I used to have to manipulate 20, 30 different stocks at the same time. So I'd have 30 level twos up on 50
different brokerage accounts and everything. And
well,
how did you even do that? How did you even do that in the 90s with your 486 computer? I mean, how'd you phones? Okay,
everything was on phones. Like you'd have a big phone with 20 speed dials.
Yep.
And then in the old days, like if I wanted to wipe out 6 bids, I'd take 2 phones. My partner would take 2 phones, and the guy on the other side of me would take 2 phones, and we'd go 1, 2, 3, ready, and we'd all hit 6 market makers instantaneously to wipe out their bids.
Oh my
right?
God.
Or to lift their offers to clean out their inventory, right? There are other things too, like, you know, if I'm trading a stock and I want to get people short, I'll put a market maker who doesn't have any call, that doesn't have a lot of clients. I'll put him on the low offer, and then I'll auto execute all the big ones off of his offer, clean out their inventories, lift his offer, and then jam the market up.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store.
See, so this is you know, and this is where Stephen. So Stephen and I are obviously retail traders, okay? And we really okay. That's kind of everything. See, this is you know, and this is where Stephen. So Stephen and I are obviously retail traders, okay. And we really focus on low floats, okay. That's kind of our niche, you know, low floats in a hot sector with a day one type press release. Now, what's different between him and I is I used to try and short these and did it for years, and then I felt like a market shift in like 2016. So now I'm almost exclusively looking to play the squeeze when I see that float rotating, you know, 10 times, 100 times. And because I think I recognized a change in the market. Now, Steven shorts those and does well at it because he's so good at, you know, at sticking to stop losses and stuff. But you know, what is, you know, and that's why Kim brought you on as the they, because Steven and I talk about this a lot, is, you know, we see this, like you said, you've got that, you know, that sketchy stock that's bullshit press release that's jammed up in pre-market, pulls at the open, and then rips back. Yeah. Is that the they? I mean, is that? Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So here's the thing. In the pre-market, what we do, if you guys know what a box is,
box in a trade, like
box of trade, yeah.
No, the box account.
No,
the box. That's the account that runs the stock.
Okay.
Okay. Usually it's the deal guys or a group of deal guys, and it's the cash and the stock are in those accounts. So what happens is in the pre-market, I will bid the market up. You guys will come, right? This is called a gap and trap. So we gap the market up, right? Right. We gap it. We sell it.
I like the sounds of this,
right? And we hold it up we hold the market up just to sell it to you, right? Now, once, like we have a saying, when the ducks are quacking, feed them. So you guys come, we feed you. Then when you're overstuffed, we pull the bid, and that's the trap. And then take out all your stops, buy it all back. That up and down motion cashes up the box. So now we have all your stock and all your cash. So we've made a little bit of money. Now what we do is we cut supply. And then that second run starts. Right? And then we'll sell into that gently. Now, if it's a good, what I say, my book is called, the one I'm writing is called Proper Villains. And I'll say, if it's a good criminal, they'll take their time and they'll feather the selling out.
The long con, as they say.
Right? Yeah. Well, you know the story about the two bulls, right? The story about the two bulls is the first thing you learn on a trade desk, right?
Yep.
When you have all the money and all
Steven's the young bull and I'm the old bull. You know?
Right?
You know the saying, right? Right. You know the saying, Steven?
Yeah, I get it, but look, everything that you're saying and all of the words that you're using, we just have different words. So like, we know your game. We don't know the intricacies. We don't know how you do it. But we know that we're like, they are soaking. Like there's soaking going on. Someone's soaking the stock. Someone's holding the price. This is going to go parabolic. They're going to soak, and send it parabolic soon. Or for example, we'll know that it's run up, and then someone will pull the rug. So as retail traders, we have like the same words, but different for things.
I mean, I talk manipulatorese, right? And I try and you know, translate that to retail. But yeah, so we'll that move in the pre-market cashes us up. It allows us to hold the bid at higher prices and make it go parabolic, like you say. When it goes parabolic, retail just comes right.
JDZG.
Right? They just chase, because human beings chase price.
JDZG.
Right? Just like they'll stand in line to buy an iPhone. Right? It's just human behavior. Right? So when you chase price, we fill you. Now, if the stock has any kind of supply at all, I mean, we'll start filling. But if there is really no supply and the thing actually is not being run properly, it can just keep going and going and going. But most of these deals now, the way the market is structured, most of these deals either have a convertible debenture or an institutional holder or an offshore holder that has a sizable position, and they will liquidate into that buying. Right? We always sell into strength.
NIVF.
Yeah, but just to clarify, so you'll pull the supply and then you'll ignite the fire, get the demand going, get the retailers interested. You've already pulled the supply, so it's easy to push that stock higher.
Exactly.
You'll get the retailers to chase it. Then when it's really just too good to be true, boom, you hit that selling, you put that supply back in the market, and all of a sudden you guys take.
Yeah. And the thing
it's
is,
beautiful. I want to be on your side.
It's a great thing. And see, I mean, I used to do this all the time. I used to see, always remember when someone's desperate to sell, you must take advantage of them. So what I would do, see, in the old days, we would have these pirate market making firms, right? There was a firm called Fierro Brothers who were notorious short seller. The guy used to wear a bulletproof vest to work because
oh my God.
Right?
NIVF.
We had guys like this.
All short sellers should wear a bulletproof vest.
Right? So this is back when we were allowed to naked short. So what I would do is, if I knew that there was a Vancouver promoter who had a crappy deal and I didn't like the guy, say, or he was a dirtbag, right? So they've got a deal and they're paying for promotion, right? I know the guy can't trade his way out of a wet paper bag. So I call Knight and I go, show me bids. So he'll go, hey, JJ, I can pay 100,000. I can pay $1 or the bid for 100,000 shares. So I go, great. I'll sell you 100,000 at 96 or 97 cents. He makes $4,000 for making the call, right? And then I'll say, get the hell out of the way, right? Or I'll flash 666 on the offer, right? Then my guys know to get the hell out of the way, and then I will beat the holy living crap out of that stock from 97 cents down to 60 cents. The people who are on the other side of the deal in Vancouver, because they're not used to trading OTC JD stocks, have no idea what's going on, right? So I knock it down to 60 cents, and then I'll send another market maker to the promoter's trader and say, listen, I can pay you 65 cents for 100,000. They'll sell it because they got that stock for free. Yeah. So now I've made 40 cents on 100,000 shares for 20 minutes work.
VSTM.
Now how do one of the mechanics things that I've never fully understood is like, how do you, and I don't want anything to do with any of this, but like, how does someone obtain this paper?
ADTX.
Is this in like shady back rooms over lines of coke or what?
No. Usually it's at places like Peter Luger or Smith Walensky. Here's what happens, right? When I first started in this advertising business, that the little Bullwinkle guy got me a job at. We had all these public companies, and I didn't know. And I said to my boss, I said, "Hey, chief," I said, "which one of these deals should I buy? Like, which one can I make money on?" He looked at me and he said, "JJ, you don't buy stock, you sell it."
Right.
Right. And I'm like, okay, well, how the hell do you sell it if you don't buy it? He goes,
there you go. That's kind of where I was headed. Yeah.
You get it given to you. Okay. People would pay me. Sometimes people would pay me 1 million shares to work on a deal for 3 weeks. JJ, can you help me trade this out? It's 20-cent paper. Here's 1 million shares, right? Help me out while I get rid of this. Help me move this out. Help me trade it out. And you know what? If you need more paper, just ask. It's 15 cents a pound, right? See, the thing is, stock is just worthless paper, right? It's not, we try and put, but under that $20 range, a lot of these companies, well, hell, even Uber, what did it lose, $4 billion, right? Usually that would be a bankruptcy filing. Now it's a public company, right? Because we have cheap interest rates and people will buy anything, right? When people are spending $400 million on Halloween costumes for their pets, you can sell them any worthless piece of crap stock.
Fair enough.
Come on. I mean, seriously, the economy is awash in cheap money, right? So people are taking advantage of that. I mean, could you imagine walking into JP Morgan's office and saying, I've got a unicorn I want to take public?
Right.
He would beat you until you bled to death. Right?
Totally unprofitable company.
Yeah. Let's take this public, right? So, that's the thing. And that was a tough thing for me when I became a retail trader because I was addicted to free stock. Right? It's the worst addiction to have because, and deal guys, they'd say they'd have 2, 3, or 4 deals. And what they do is like, if you need 50 grand for the weekend, just pick up the phone and sell some stock.
Wow.
Right? That's how we talked. And my clients, I never had a single retail client. So at the end of the day, my phone call was, JJ, what was the volume? It was 10 million shares. How much did I sell? 3. Okay, you know what to do on settlement. Wire the money here. See you. Click. That was it.
So how, JJ, is it possible today, if there is more regulation, like what are traders up against today? What are they up against today if it's not as Wild West anymore in the United States?
Yeah.
You know, look, we have Canadian viewers too, but probably a lot of US viewers.
They've regulated
Big
the
spread.
markets, and now that under $5 price range is very, very Disneyland family friendly, right? Compared to when I was trading.
Got it.
I find that there are a lot of Goldman, Morgan Stanley, those guys who now have their own funds. You know, there's a couple of deals that I traded
NIVF.
last Christmas, and I haven't traded equities for a while because I just love the ES. It's just so much easier.
Drug.
The
Big spread.
You know, there was a couple of fund managers. They were Morgan Stanley, and then they went to Tiger Management, trained by Julian Robertson, and now they have their own funds. So what I'll do is I'll look to see who owns the paper in these companies, and if they're good criminals, you can trade those stocks back and forth for months because they're long-term greedy, right? So even if you're a day trader, have a list of symbols by guys who are Morgan, Goldman, whatever. Learn who's who in the zoo, right? And then just trade their deals, because if they're long-term greedy, they're gonna take the stock down, they're gonna clean the float out, then take it back up, right? Resell it, and they're gonna work it out for 2 years.
This is where, again, you know,
NIVF.
and I think this is where, when Kim hears me talk about this, that's always been my suspicion that and my next question is time frame, because you know, you're when I talked about the they and Kim and Steven would, you know, I've always talked about, like, it felt like 5 years ago, all of a sudden, like, real money came in to the penny stock type stuff, and something changed.
Exactly. What happened?
So these guys you're talking about, am I right that this was like 2015?
Yes,
NIVF.
exactly. And you know what this is? This is all because of clearing. This is all because of clearing. Okay?
I fucking knew it.
He's been so happy to have that confirmed, JJ.
Guys like me, we can't clear stock anymore. I've got people trying to clear stock in South Africa, right? Because U.S. brokerage firms don't take stock certificates. So the only people who can do these deals are people who have prime brokerage accounts that are the big money people. Now, they're not BlackRock and stuff like that, but what they are is, say you were working at Goldman and you were there 10 years, they didn't make you partner, so they give you a goodbye gift of 10, 15 million, right? You take that, you go open your own fund, you go to a prime broker, the prime broker will like raise you 200-300 million, then they'll leverage you up. Those guys are participating in these deals. If you read The Buy Side by Turney Duff, who's a buddy of mine, and who's
threw my pen,
right?
The Buy Side.
When he was working,
I threw everything on my desk. But
so excited.
When he was working for Galleon and Argus, right, two big hedge funds, they had the healthcare mafia. So all the healthcare traders from all the funds would get together, have margaritas and get drunk, and then they'd slice up the deals. Read Hedgehogging by Barton Biggs.
Before I show you how I win 65 to 85% of my option trades, let me ask you a question.
Same thing.
CIFR.
Right? These guys, they get together, they slice up the pie, they take down chunks. We call it taking down a position. You take down a position and everybody sells together. Somebody backdoors you, they're not in on the next deal, right? But now you have big sophisticated money who are long-term greedy, who are taught properly how to be proper villains. They're in the market now. That's why you have stocks. Look at NIO. Look at these deals that are trading, right? You know, they're proper villains. They're good criminals. They know how to do it.
Is that JKS well?
My JK, you beat me. Well, we said it at the same time. And JJ, maybe, I don't know, maybe you remember JKS or don't. That stock was it was like 2 months ago. Yeah. It was green every fucking day for like 40 days.
Well, I'll show you something. There's, I don't know if I'm allowed to show it, but there was a deal that I did for a client where we didn't have a down day in 2
JDZG.
And it actually got written up.
JDZG.
But you know what you do though? You give it a first red day,
JDZG.
and then the next day you just gap that shit up. You just gap it up after your first red day.
Yeah.
But But can I just ask, so for retail traders, would you say it's retail versus retail, or is it just retail versus day?
No, okay, well, the thing is, you've got to understand there's somebody taking the other side of your trade. They paid your brokerage house to take the other side of your trade.
NIVF.
They are trading
ADTX.
against your order flow. So for example, you trade at Ameritrade or Scottrade or one of these places or E-Trade, your order goes to Citadel, right? If you're buying 1,000 shares of ABC and they don't have 1,000 shares, they will short it to you, right? That is their business model.
ADTX.
It is called providing liquidity. Otherwise, what would happen was, if you went to buy a $5 stock and there was no market maker providing liquidity, you'd get 100 at 5, 100 at 520, 100 at 530, 100 at 550, and 100 at 6. Because there'd be nobody that willing to sell it to you.
Right.
So shorting to retail is one of the most misunderstood concepts that retail traders have and don't know anything about. The market maker's job is to short to you. He's not doing it because it's malicious. He's doing it so you can get your stock at the price you want. Now, that entails risk, right? So the market maker is at risk on that stock, and he has to go to the bid to cover. Now, they do this millions of times a day. And this is why Citadel made $3 billion when the markets crashed in March. And this is why Ken Griffin can buy $200 million condos like we buy a chocolate bar.
Big spread.
Right? Because you're providing liquidity, and Citadel and Virtue are the two largest market makers in the world, Susquehanna too. They get the lion's share of all the order flow, right? They have massive inventories, and retail traders should know what an inventory is. Because you eventually become inventory. Like right now in the S&P 500 ES, inventory is long. Right? So when inventory is long and there's no upside continuation, the market maker who is selling the stock up there to you or whatever, they're going to pull the bids, run the stops, get everybody out, and then take the market back up again later.
NIVF.
Right? So you have
JDZG.
JDZG.
Dropped out.
JDZG.
Oh, sorry. So
that was Radio Raheem.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that was Radio Raheem.
JDZG.
Make sure you get your tinfoil hat.
Yeah.
He hears you now. He hears you now, JJ.
He hears me now.
JJ, what do you think is the most important thing, though, that the traders, the retail traders now need to watch out for?
JDZG.
Well, you know, they think they need to know the business. You know, they need to understand what's going on in the business and how it pertains to them. The biggest mistake I see people doing is shorting when there's no supply. And going after those kind of sexy stocks.
JDZG.
You know, like Ray, who's been on your podcast, I mean, he'll come up with something like a 9 EMA scan where they can just take a nice, easy trade and just, you know, hug the EMA and everything will be okay, right? You know, so it's just, it's that, it's that feeling I get that so much of the trading information is wrong out there. And I hate to say it, but I've taken 200 companies public, and I've traded billions of dollars in dollar volume. And I've done things that, like, honestly, that are just absolutely, I mean, selling stock to Germany, I've done all of that, you know, so I look at the way people are trading, and they're like, you see people doing things like shorting Tesla. When you look, all you need to do is look at the float, look who owns it, and realize that they're not selling it for 20 years. Why would you short it? There's no supply, right? People, the thing is, they've overcomplicated trading so much that people forget that all this stuff started under a tree 300 years ago. And we were so smelly, they wouldn't even let us
Here's why Audible is a great side hustle. Because thanks to this free app available on the App Store.
They wouldn't even let us, into a building. So, and I grew up with the kind of guys that were street smart. The first time I went to the New York Stock Exchange and met floor traders there were guys from Staten Island, Jersey.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't have PhDs.
No.
They weren't from Wharton.
None
they were
of them
street
do.
smart.
Totally.
Right. So I see so much a tendency to overcomplicate trading. And trading is all about supply. If there's no outside supply, then it's just inside supply, which is moved back and forth by wholesale, because that's their business model, right? They take it up, sell it to us. When we get tired of holding it, they take it down, buy it back, and they'll take a market up and hold it up to sell what they bought cheaper. And nobody understands that, right? And if you understood that, then you wouldn't be shorting when they're moving the market up, right? You'd be just going with it, right?
Is there like a website though that's like, do not short this, the supply's been removed? Like, is there a website that just tells us this or what?
No, it's just a little common sense. Here's the thing. There's a very secretive website. Nobody's ever heard of it. It's called Yahoo Finance. On there, you can go in and type in a stock and it'll tell you statistics. It'll tell you what the structure is. Most people are trading stock. They don't even know what structure is. When you take a company public, it is structured in a way. There's an outstanding, there's an issued, and there's a float. And in that float, you have to see who owns that float, because it's all about who owns the marbles. It doesn't matter. Bailey Gifford owns a huge position in Tesla. Their time frame to hold an investment is 20, 30 years. They think that stock's going to 10,000.
So do I.
Why the hell would they sell it at $600?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So there's no supply. Right. People get so involved in indicators and this and that and sunspots and bulls holding flags. I don't know how they do. They have hooves. There's no retractable thumbs. I don't get all of this stuff. I don't even use candles. I use market profile because it shows me where the position is. Right. And thank God I learned that, because I used to build candles, but I don't trade them at all. And that's not taking anything away, but wouldn't you want to trade and actually understand the business? And instead of thinking about what should happen, news, this, that. Listen, I used to write news releases when the CEOs are too drunk or when you can't find them after you've given them $2 million and they go on a bender. Right. So I was the guy who wrote the news releases. Why the hell would I read anything that, or trust that? Right. It's all that's all advertising. Like when they take a stock up in the pre-market, that's advertising to get you to come.
Exactly. Yep.
Right. Just like when I was a bouncer, you open the club at 9, at 11, you start a lineup, even if the club is empty. Why? Because people will go stand in line. People will always chase price. You get them to chase it in the pre-open. And here's the thing, deal guys know this, but most retail traders don't know that you can move a market up a lot pre-open, because market makers don't have to make good on the minimum. So you can call them and you can tell them to move away and they'll back away, so that you're doing them a favor, right? So they pull their offers, you open on a gap, retail comes in, and that's buying that you've created, and then you sell it to them.
Yep.
Right? You take markets up to create demand, and then you introduce supply. And that's why you have a market. It's just like Walmart, except instead of toasters, we're selling you worthless paper, chocolate bar, right? Because you're providing liquidity, and Citadel and Virtue are the two largest market makers in the world, Susquehanna too. They get the lion's share of all the order flow, right? They have massive inventories. And retail traders should know what an inventory is, because you eventually become inventory. Like right now in the S&P 500 ES, inventory is long, right? So when inventory is long and there's no upside continuation, the market maker who is selling the stock up there to you or whatever, they're going to pull the bids, run the stops, get everybody out, and then take the market back up again later, right? So you have to understand the mechanics of the business model. And then there's sometimes, like in choppy trade means it's a washing machine. Yep. We're trying to build a position. So we're cleaning up, cleaning down. It's like a vacuum cleaner,
See, and that's
right?
where, you know, and this will, the listeners know, and this is what, this is visually for me, when I'm talking this low floater, that's, and I know this is kind of more degenerate day trader talk than what you have, but that's when I'm always looking at that VWAP hugging action, I call it.
Yeah.
Like all through the day, it's just up, it's below, it's up, it's below, it's up, below. Because I just imagine them, building this, and then we see that late day blow up, and then they sell into it. Yeah,
exactly, right? Because all the thing is now, for example, for the last couple of months, people are wondering why the market's not going down. Well, because BlackRock's not selling. Right. Vanguard's not selling. But here's the thing. If you had, look, what's the daily volume on Apple today? 52 million shares. You go try and sell 200 million shares of Apple today. You'll take the stock to $5.
Right.
The market's not, we don't have liquid markets in the United States, right? You couldn't sell if Vanguard came out of 10% of their position.
Sure.
The stock would good luck holding 5, right? So because they, the thing is, we used to have a trick. When you got a deal.
I've been receiving checks from Charles Schwab on a weekly basis. Let me show you. Here are a few of the checks.
Right? You want to get a bank or a fund so long that they can't sell. You just load them up with, stuff them with so much paper, right?
That's the old saying, if you owe the bank $1 million, they owe you. If the bank, if the bank goes, or if you owe the bank 100 million, you own the bank.
you own them, baby. Right? There was a deal called CanWest, and the guys, they were these rounders from Vancouver, and they'd never done well, and they finally figured out they got Bank of Montreal so long this thing. They took the stock from $1 to $20, and all of them made $300 million, and everyone was happy. And it's just because you got a bank so long that they can't sell the crap, right? Now, so that's the model of the U.S. markets now. So what happens is the only movement caused in, say, the S&P is by wholesale moving the position back and forth. That's all it is, right? It's inside volume. On a stock, it'll all be inside volume if it's institutionally held, especially if those institutions are holding for 30 years, right? But if those are short-term players, then you're going to get more movement and more selling, right? Like NKLA, right? We've got a guy in our room who's been around the block and knows those boys and knows how they trade it out. And, we all kind of work together at the same time. So you can look at deals and you can look, okay, they're going to take it up here. And the way my market profile works, you guys got to come check it out, because you can call levels to the tick, right, to the penny. And it's not just me. It's just because it's the transactions, right? If you know where things are going, that if price accepts over a certain level, it's going to go here. If it rejects that level, it's going to come back to the next level. And that really, really helps people. It keeps, the hardest thing for people to do is to keep a clear head, because they don't know what's going on. But if like for NIO, I knew that once it went to 54.42, it would look above, and if it failed 54.42, it was a short, right? And it was all the way down to 40.18 and even lower. And then once it couldn't get lower than 40.18, you knew it was going to come back up to 40.3 and 45, which it just did. Right.
So my question for you, and this is, and then Stephen, go, you're next. What is, and we mentioned a bunch of books, but what are your top tips for, because listen, and this is no offense to any of our listeners, I'm guessing a lot of this way over their heads. So what are your resources? What are your advice to the listener that's like, whoa, this guy's talking about shit I don't even know? Where do they go? Where do they begin?
Well, you know what? They could just DM me, and one of these days, because a lot of the stuff I talk about is not written in books that have been written in the last 100 years, right? Yeah. I mean, we had Jack Schwager on the show last night, and some of the things I said, he looked at me like, because he's been around real traders who trade real money. I had to make $1 billion market but I only had 10 grand to do it with. So I had to find my way around the rules, right? I was always making a silk purse out of a sow's ear, right? So, you know the tricks of like DTC, for example. If I wanted to find out, say if I was short, right? Say we're short something, right? What I do is, in the old days, they used to have block guys who would shop discounted blocks. So if we're short something at $6, I'd get one of my guys to call him and say, hey, somebody's shopping 2 million shares of this at a 30% discount. So they would all start shorting it, and then we could cover. Right?
Steven,
Right?
what are you going to say? You look like you have a question.
I'm just a little bit blown away by it all. Like I think most of the listeners will be as well.
I'm right there with you, brother.
I'm blown away by the honesty, and thank you for that. But I mean, I don't really have a question. I'm just trying to piece things together in my mind because I've been told a lot of information, but it all makes sense. But it's like, to be a good day trader, it's almost like you need to learn the market tricks. That's all I can kind of see. You need to learn what the manipulators are doing.
It's just the business.
Right.
Right. See, if you wanted to be a doctor, if you wanted to be a brain surgeon, right, wouldn't you want to know basic anatomy?
Yeah, it's weird though, because we don't get told to look here though. Like you get told to check the float, check the volume, and this. But like, there's so many floats that are like, this is high flow. Why did it just run 30%? Now I know someone's holding the supply back, and it's to trick people.
Yeah, the thing is, especially what is enlightening is I was introduced to Jim Dalton early in my retail trading career. Because what happened with me is in 2012, I had some really, my best friend who was like a brother to me, got me into a lot of trouble, stole like almost 10 and a lot of stock. And, we were doing deals and he went to the dark side. And he ended up actually making billions, but very, very, very illegally. And I got into a lot of trouble. I had a heart attack in 2012. I went into the hospital. My blood pressure was 280 over something. The nurse almost fell over. They started working on me and I died. And I was dead for about 4 minutes. That was a really beautiful experience. Nothing wrong with it. And when I came back to life,
it's all about just not working ourselves to the bone until we're too old to enjoy life. I don't want to live
I kind of went, do I really want to do this anymore? Right. And so I thought, okay, I'll trade retail. How hard can it be? Well, here I am with a ton of bad habits. Right. And I'm trading retail and I'm trading like a market maker.
Because every time you're upside down, you can't just call your buddies.
Yeah,
exactly.
right.
Back in the old days, if I had a losing position, I just picked up the phone.
Yeah, and somebody would take it off of me. Right? I'm like, what is this, loss? So I was really cheap. So I started trading just really, really small, and I lost like $300, and nothing I did worked. Right. Wow. Then I started looking at these candles. And you have dojis and emojis and pregnant women and this and that. And oh my God, what the hell?
Abandoned babies. Abandoned baby is always my favorite candle.
I'm like, what is this? And then Fibonacci, which would be a really cool name. Next lifetime, I'm coming back with that last name. Right? Hey, I'm Fibonacci. I'm a very extravagant man. But no, and so I didn't know what to do. And so I went to Tasty Trade, and thank God, Peter Resnicek and Brad Agunas were on there, the Shadow Trader boys, and they had these market profile charts. And I've been around the market. Listen, my first deal I worked on was Bre-X Minerals. Ever seen the movie Gold? With Matthew McConaughey? Well, that was the first deal.
I've seen it, yeah. I've seen that, yeah.
Right. My client had 5 million shares from 30 cents to $280. That's how he made his first 300 million. And it was all great until somebody fell out of a helicopter. But anyway,
that'll happen.
It does happen. So I was like, oh my God, I felt like an idiot, right? I can manipulate a stock to $300, but I can't day trade one measly ES contract. So I found Resnicek. I found these market profile charts, which looked like hieroglyphics from like some alien world. And I was like, what the hell is this? But one thing I noticed about those two is they were so calm, right? Because I had a heart attack, and when I started trading retail, I would get this heart palpitation, right?
Not bad.
And I get stressed out over $50 because I'm cheap, right? Because it's my money, right? If it's not OPM, I'm cheap. If it's not other people's money, I'm not wasting my money, right? So I'm like, okay. So I start following these guys, and then they led me to Jim Dalton. And I went, finally, somebody who's teaching trading, who's actually been a trader. Like this guy wasn't a waiter, now he has a trading room, right? He was director of floor operations on the CME. He's 80 years old. The guy used to eat lunch with Fisher Black from Black Scholes, right? He's, he brought market profile to the world from Peter Stadelmeyer. So I'm like, okay. And he talked like the old floor traders who taught me the business, right? So I was like, I felt comfortable. And I started looking at that, but it was kind of hard to learn. And he assumed, and I went, you know what? If I could take this and I could make it a little easier for the regular person to look at and simplify this. And that's what I've been trying to do with Steve and Ray for the last, year and a couple of months now. And try and not, trading is simple. It's not easy.
Right.
But we do have the thing to overcomplicate everything. And if you know that if you're looking for supply and there's no supply, well, there's no short, really. And the levels will tell you, right? The way I have my chart set up will tell you exactly where the supply is, where it's coming from, and where it's going, and what their intentions are. And it's just focusing, right? Now, the tough thing I find with retail trading equities is you're trading something different every day. And I must say, I tip my hat to those guys, because that's why I like trading the ES. It's like being married, or you have your girlfriend, when it's upset, when it's like, the market, right? You guys who trade a different stock every day, I especially like I trade something different every day if I controlled it. But on the retail side,
you might be surprised. I mean, a lot of this stuff, I mean, we're talking, we have this, this low price penny stock, we call them the former runners and stuff. A lot of the times it's only a few hundred stocks. I mean, which I know is a lot more than one instrument like you're doing, but it's a lot. I mean, I've been doing this for 15 years and it's the same. A lot of the times it's the same. They just turn around. Yeah.
What's funny about though is what I've been doing for a couple of years of trading is every time I trade a chart, I'll just save the chart. So then the next time I see a stock pop up or it gaps up on a scan,
different ticker, same chart.
I'll type that ticker into my computer to be like, oh, have I traded this before? Because I would trade hundreds of stocks whenever I know. And 9 times out of 10, I'll say, they ran it up last time and then they dumped it.
Yeah.
So I'll probably just let them run it up again, and I'll wait, and then I'll short that dump. Because you guys do the same thing with the same stocks, the same times, right? Again and again.
Right. Especially if it's the same deal crew. Right.
Yeah,
because a lot of stocks will trade the personality of the person who owns all the stock. That's what a lot of people don't know. Right. See, I used to build charts. Right. I never traded them, but I'd build them to make you guys come. Right. So for me, a chart is like a party invitation. Right.
I like that.
It's like, come, I give you a good price. Don't worry. Don't worry. You know what? It pains me to do it and I'm going to get in trouble, but I'll sell it to you at 50. Yeah. Right. And then 2 days later, oh no, my friend, it's 35. Wish I could take it from you.
It's like the umbrella salesman in New York City, $3. If it's not raining, as soon as it's raining, $5.
Exactly.
Right. But it's like, it reminds us of EARS yesterday. It went from 1 to 6, and I'm like, how did that go from 1 to 6 on a study with no announced numbers? Like there was it was 98% effective, but there was no numbers, and I was like, that's not true.
Here's what you guys also need to find, and this is another reason why I don't show my face. Do you guys know that fund managers buy large positions in illiquid stocks so they can mark up their portfolios at the end of the month, right?
I do know that exists. I don't know how to find it, I have to admit.
Okay. Well, a lot of this illiquid stuff that you see that runs from 1 to 6, it's because, well, the thing is, we see, my guys, we would we sell it to them, right? Here's our deal, right? It's sub penny crap, but you can run it up to a nickel and it looks good percentage wise. Why don't you buy the float, right? So we have a guy, like one of our guys is an ex Morgan Stanley fund manager, and we sold him 5 deals. Well, I don't anymore because I'm retired, but my ex partner, Big Paulie, did. Sold him 5 deals that he could use to mark up his portfolio. Had a little trouble getting it past the trustee, but of the fund. But a little massage and that kind of thing. You kind of work the angles and maybe get the guy a new Mercedes. But whatever has to be done, and so you get the funds. And now what they'll do is, because you know that everything is performance related, right? So all your compensation on Wall Street is performance related. This month is not a month to be shorting stocks because these guys are going to be marking stuff up so they get their performance bonus.
They want their bonus.
Right?
Bonus time.
Guess what? I bet you every screensaver on every desk is that new Ferrari Roma. Right? Right? Those don't come cheap. Girlfriends don't come cheap. Timeshares in the Hamptons don't come cheap. Private jets. I have friends of mine whose children have never flown commercial.
Yep.
It's a weird, whacked out world. These guys, they need $100,000 a month just to make their nut.
Well, exactly. Yeah. That's their base expenses.
Because they're living like, they're just living like Liberace.
That's just groceries.
Yeah. So that's why they've got to mark up these markets. That's why a lot of stock will run at the end of a quarter, definitely at year end, right? Mm-hmm. And that's when not to be short. And if you read the buy side with Turney, he would say that he would come in on a Thanksgiving because he knew nobody was around, and he could rip the stuff.
Well, we've always thought of that in the day trade community. We always look for those crazy Thanksgiving week runners. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it happens every year. Yeah.
Yeah, so. Because it's the business.
JJ, yeah. Let's a couple more questions. We do. I'm tight on schedule. We got to record another podcast. I'll let Kim and Steven finish because I'm the king of interrupting. But I got like a million things to digest. So would love to have you back because
I'd love to be back.
And this is a
compliment. Should be a co-host.
Yeah, and this is the compliment, and then I'll shut up. I got more fucking questions now than before the podcast.
That's good.
That's a good thing.
That's good. Well, it's good. You know what? I see the thing with me is I thought everybody knew this stuff, and for decades I thought I had a head full of useless information. Right? And like nobody wants to know this. Everybody knows we're doing this, right? I didn't know. Right?
So yeah, I'll let Kim and I just want to thank you. And again,
thank you so much.
Would love to have you back when I have some time to. Yeah. So go ahead, Kim, Steven, and thank you, JJ. So
go ahead, Steven.
My pleasure.
Yeah, like I just my question is, and this is because my biggest losses in trading have been in sub pennies. I don't say you guys, but they are famous for letting a stock kind of pop 30, 40, 50% sub penny, history of failing, dwindles. Then out of nowhere, first minute of the opening, you get 10 million on the opening candle and it goes 100%. So like my question is, I know that you're doing that and it's obvious, but when do you stop and why do you stop? Because I see you guys pulling the plug at 10, 30, 11 and then riding it back down 100%. So like, is there a deal with the time or something? Or why?
It's just usually at that time the buying runs out, right? We'll hold it up as long as we can to sell it. Right. And it's like they say, when the ducks are quacking, feed them. But sometimes we tend to overfeed the ducks. Right. And they start gorging on the paper. So you got to pull the bids. Right. And then they need a good bowel movement. And then we get back in there. But here's the thing with sub pennies. Right. You got to understand that when you're buying that sub penny paper, there's someone like me who has 1 billion shares of it.
1 billion. A billion.
1 billion, and it's in the Cayman Islands. Okay, or it's in NIVF, or it's in,
I'll just ask one more question. How much can we trust float? If you guys are buying up the supply all the time, how much can we trust float?
Good question.
On real stocks, you can trust it. On that OTC market stuff, man, just be careful. The thing is, here's the thing about penny stocks. Now you can actually run scans to find lower price companies that have institutional ownership. Here's a trick. When you trade the stuff where you see that there are good criminals that own chunks of the float.
Good criminals.
Right? Right? Don't, and look, and, start looking at, okay, this group, this fund and this fund and this fund, they run together because these guys hunt in packs, right? And they'll take down 6 or 7 deals. And what you want to do is have those deals on your radar. So when they start clicking, the paper route's starting, right? And that way you kind of get to know who the players are. Like those guys, H.C. Wainwright, right? Those
See
guys
them all the time. Underwriters of dilution.
Oh my God, those guys are like McDonald's, billions and billions served, right? I mean, it's like Roth Capital back in the day, right?
I remember Roth.
Roth Capital. Oh my God, those guys with their offices in Newport Beach at Fashion Island. What a time we had there, just because it was across from PIMCO, right? I'm telling you, these guys, they live large. Those guys who underwrite deals. I used to have a client called the Antichrist, and he was ex Drexel Burnham, and he was at the X desk with Milken. This guy was sharp, man. What he would do is he'd do convertible floorless debentures on these companies, and we'd start out at $20, right? And you guys know this, right? So if, say, Steven owns a company, he's the CEO, he needs to raise 10 million. He lets it be known. Tim is the financier. He calls me up. He goes, JJ, ABCD, start leaning on it. So I short the thing down to 10, right? Then Tim goes to Steve and he goes, oh yeah, I can give you, $5 million, no problem. But your stock's looking pretty crappy. How about I give you $5 million? It's 10 right now. I'll give you $5 million at $6, right? So he gets $6 paper. We cover our short. Then I rip it the other way, and he sells that stock into it, right? And that's how I learned how to hide a short position in Switzerland for a year.
JJ, we have. Go ahead. Did you want to follow up, Stephen?
No. I'm just saying. I wonder how good a short I would be following your methods of trading if I managed to be a short, not knowing your methods of trading and fighting against you guys and winning. I wonder how good I'd be on your side.
Hey, listen.
Maybe there's a job offer there somewhere.
Anytime. You know what? You look like you're young and you got a healthy heart. I'll train you.
JJ, thank you so much. I'm so glad Tim wants to have you back on. I had a feeling that would be the case. Even though some of this is going over my head, I am definitely, hearing.
Well, even as a layman, Kim, you just got to appreciate the nicknames.
Absolutely, just the nicknames alone. Fat Polly, was that a thing? I don't know.
No, it's Big Polly. We had Big Polly, bloated. We had bloated Gary. We had Bubblehead.
JJ. I mean, the stories are amazing. Ray's told me that your stories have been amazing. I learned a couple of them recently, but today you've just blown all our minds. I could see everybody's processing. I'm processing, so we definitely have to have you back on. But thank you so much for being so honest and straight from the hip, and from being willing to change your life. I'm glad that you decided to be a contribution to retail traders now, because I think we need you over here.
I'm just grateful. I'm grateful to be alive. I've had a lot of people who helped me when I was down.
ANVS, SMCX.
If not for the kindness of strangers, I wouldn't be alive today. So trying to give something back, trying to help, and I'm having a great time doing this. This is what I do every day. I don't consider work. It's fun. I'm not yelling at people and screaming at people and talking to lawyers all the time.
Probably a lot more calm. So this is
stressful.
This has been amazing. We'll have you back again. Everybody, thank you for listening to this. I can only imagine the comments we're going to have on YouTube after this, Tim. But please let us know what you think of these podcasts. Please ask your questions there, and then we can have JJ back on to answer them. So thank you for watching the Steady Trade podcast. Thank you, JJ, for coming on as our guest. Tim Bowen, Stephen Johnson, and me, Kim Van Curtin, are saying a hui ho for now. Aloha.
NMRA. BW.
Drug. WLGS.
ACCD. SMCX.
WLGS. Drug. WLGS. WLGS. Drug. Drug. Big spread.
NMRA.
Drug.
BW.
LASE.
NMRA. NMRA. ACCD.
Drug. Drug.
BDN.
Drug.
RYAM. FEMY.
NIVF.
BW.
NIVF. TVGN. JDZG.
BW.
NIVF.
BW.
JDZG. UMMN. Big spread. Drug. 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 UMMN. NIVF. ATYR. NIVF. Drug. Big spread. Drug. AGDA. NIVF. Drug. Watch the spread. Drug. Big spread. Drug. Big spread. Drug. 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 Big spread. Drug. Watch the spread. Drug. Big spread. NIVF. Drug. 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 Big spread. NIVF. 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 Drug. Big spread. TVGN. MMM. Big spread. TVGN. TVGN. NIVF. 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 NIVF.
SOXS.
XRTX. TVGN. XRTX.
SOXS.
XRTX. Drug. XRTX. Drug. XRTX.
Step into options education with confidence. At the Options Industry Council, we want you
WLGS. XRTX.
BW. BIGC. RXT. RXT.
ARAY.
RXT. RXT.
NIVF. NIVF. NIVF.
RXT. RXT. BIGC.
NIVF. NIVF.
Alto.
NRGB. Drug.
Alto. WCT.
This ship is heaven. Doctor, it's your job to keep it.
Alto.
Alto.
WCT.
XRTX.
LILM.
RELI. GNLX.
Traders, welcome into another day trading recap.
GNLX.
In this video, I'm going to show you how I was able to make over
NMRA.
NIVF.
$11,000 day traded here in the stock market. An absolutely phenomenal day here, day trading the NIVF strategy. We had a stock today that went parabolic from lows of $2 per share
drug
all the way up to $17 per share. An absolutely insane move. And if you let me pull out my drawing tool here, we can see that it was a 500% intra move. Bank accounts, just for reference, give you 1 to 2% a year. The stock market on a well-diversified ETF might give you 8, 9, 10% in a very good year. The stock right here,
big spread,
DRUG, Bright Minds Bioscience,
big spread,
gave a return of over 500%. Absolutely ridiculous, absolutely very volatile, and of course, very, very, very high risk. If you don't know what you're doing, if you're a beginner trader, you could have very easily lost money on the way up. And this thing was climbing up. You could have bought the top, sold the bottom of the flush. You could have seen this thing rally and beginning to curl. You could have bought the top here at 14.15 again, sold the bottom of the range, 11.37. Just like that, you're losing thousands of dollars, burning your hopes as a day trader because you're trying to run before you know how to crawl. However the saying goes, you don't know where to buy, you don't know where to sell. You are dumb money right now. You're getting abused and bullied by the market makers that know how dumb money buys based off of emotion, based off of greed, based off of FOMO. So don't be like that, okay?
Alto.
Anyways, sitting into the open pre-market, we didn't have much going on. Our leading gapper was at the time SGD, which was looking actually pretty decent. Yesterday we had VERV, which went from $2 all the way up to 16, I think. So we already had signs of a frothy market. We already had signs that whichever was going to be the stock today that halted up could have some decent potential to, at the very least, put in a very nice couple of pullbacks, a very nice couple of micro pullbacks, or maybe some dip and flips out of halts. So before the bell rang, I was looking at SGD for this continuation pattern and a breakout through 690. It was a very obvious pivot that we had here yesterday on pre-market session that I thought we could clear here pre-market. If we would have cleared through 7, well, actually I was hoping that we didn't break this, we could catch it during market open hours, which is at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. The market opens, CRGX. I punch it right here, attempting this breakout of 7, the breakout of the pivot here, and then hopefully we push it through 7, but we just started selling off. I don't know exactly what it was. but there was just immense
Drug.
selling pressure.
Alto.
Even on the way down, we weren't seeing any relief bounces. And I think part of the explanation is
NIVF.
Alto.
this company
Drug.
is of course selling shares to raise capital, but most importantly and very oddly, Charles Schwab, and I bet that many free commission brokers were
SOXS.
not allowing retail traders to purchase these securities through the platform. If you really want to be an investor or a trader of this ticker, you have to call in
Drug.
to place orders. Of course, as retail traders, if we ever try to do that, we're going to completely lose our edge. So we're never going to try that.
SOXS.
And most retail traders won't do that either. And what that creates is you block hundreds of thousands of potential buyers from coming into the stock because they can't buy.
NIVF.
And I think that threw off the ticker
Alto.
going into the open and essentially screwed up the entire play. After that,
JDZG.
people were either afraid, people were already also having restrictions. So I just think nobody stepped up to buy the bid.
Ever heard the one about the guy who's saving up for his first real estate investment?
JDZG.
Imagine the poor guy
to buy the dips.
Alto.
Anyways, made $100 there. I think I made some money in this bounce and then lost most of it in this rejection. DREG comes around though, and it starts to rally up and it gets halted up right here. I started day trade
ACCD.
all throughout this range before it went completely bonkers, and I quickly made myself up over $5,000. You can see on this ticker alone, I'm up 15,000. Made 5,000 on it on this first leg. My biggest trades on it were the higher day breakout right here. This was high of day, 496, and I jumped in on this micro pullback anticipating the breakout of higher day, which would have created a waterfall effect through $5 per share. So essentially two small setups
NIVF.
in one. But then the other setup was this 1 minute wedge aligning with
NIVF.
VWAP. So I was accumulating size right here and I was able to catch this curl, this nice curl.
Drug.
I sold most of it right here, anticipating a double top against this pivot and a rejection. But the moment I saw we clear that double top, I jumped back in for that breakout. There's another nice 1 minute pullback here. I missed this hold resumption. I actually capitalized on this one. It was a nice dip and rip. I missed this hold resumption because of two reasons. I have ADHD, number one, but number two, every time we have a stock that gets halted up for more than 5 minutes, my attention span is incapable of waiting that long. And after minute number 5,
NIVF.
it doesn't resume.
Drug.
I go on YouTube. On one, this is the YouTube monitor. You would think that I would have charts here, but it's the YouTube monitor. So while I'm waiting for something to happen, I'm scrolling in YouTube, Facebook Marketplace, or even Amazon, and I'm looking to whatever bullshit I can get distracted with. The video of today's distraction was how geese get stuffed in preparation for pate, which was one of the most disturbing things I watched, and I really feel bad for the little geese, because it's a brutal process in which you have a farm with hundreds, if not thousands, of geese stuffed into one small cabin, and then these farmers go in with these weird looking tubes, hoses that are full of corn porridge, and then they literally grab the necks of all these geese, they shove this hose up in their mouth, and they just stuff them with food. It hopes to get getting them very fat, right?
ADTX.
And then make the pate out of the liver and all that crap. It is completely disgusting.
Alto.
And after looking at that video, I won't be eating any pate or any duck liver because that looked horrifying. I'm not a vegan or an animal by any stretch of the imagination, but it's the spectrum, right? It's the spectrum. We have to find that fine line of how we continue to eat animals, but try to make their lives as best as possible, because at the end of the day, we're living off of them. But that doesn't mean that we have to torture them, right? Anyways, looking at that video like a moron, with mouth wide open, staring at it, this thing resumes. I had completely missed the 5 minute mark.
Alto.
A lot of people in the chat room were saying that there wasn't any entry, that I didn't miss anything, because it didn't rip, it didn't dip. On the dip and flip setup, we're usually looking for an initial dip before we jump in, right? So you can find a safer entry rather than chasing the breakout. But anyways, there wasn't any dip. It just went straight up from a resumption of 8.42 all the way up to 9. Ooh, we're getting frisky here. We're going to reject.
Drug.
I'm taking a starter. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
SLRX.
VNDA.
Oh, good.
NRGV.
Man 99 1 to 0
TVGN.
14. There we go. Orders on the ask. Feel me? There we go. Got picked up. We held 14 like a champ, so that's definitely bullish.
Drug.
Retest of 14. Let's see it.
RXT.
Drug. Big spread.
1460. Hold level is 1605. Ways away. I don't think we're gonna get halted up.
RXT.
BW.
NRGV.
There's
NRGV.
14,
RXT.
1425 on the bids.
Drug. NIVF.
MNMT.
No. Maybe this thing has one higher day breakout left in the tank before it dies. 1470s. We're gonna see the breakout of
NRGV.
15.
STXS.
There you go. There's some level 2 action for you. Oh, there's 15.
Drug.
Heads against 15. Jumping in. On the 15, can we see the breakout of 15? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I got fucked.
Drug.
NRGV.
TVGN.
44. I bought 14. I bought 15 like a for you.
CKPT. CKPT.
CKPT.
CKPT. CKPT. NRGV. NRGV.
Maybe this thing has one higher day
TVGN.
breakout left in the tank before it dies.
CKPT.
1470s. We're gonna see the breakout of 15.
GNLX.
There you go. There's some level 2 action for you. Oh, there's 15. Hitting our heads against 15. Jumping in.
Drug.
On the
Big
15,
spread.
can we see the breakout of 15? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I got fucked.
Drug.
1444.
Big spread. TVGN.
I bought 14. I bought 15 like an idiot. It was looking strong. I thought we could have pierced over 15.
NIVF.
Like $600 there.
NIVF.
But anyways, as we went parabolic
TVGN.
here, I took a huge loss. I was up like 7,000 here at the highs. Lost 2,000 on this. Got trapped in the hold down. And then I started to scalp the range.
NIVF. TVGN.
And made the extra like 10 grand.
NIVF.
There's 15 again. Oh, you bastard. Hold on. Jumping in above 15. We gotta see
NIVF.
that explosion. All right, let me dial in.
JDZG.
That's a nice trade. Let me back in for breaks 16. Oh my god.
Eastern Engineering
JDZG.
primarily caters to the AEC industry, which is the architects,
NRGV.
engineers.
NIVF.
CMPO.
Drug.
MNMT.
That explosion.
NRGV.
All right, let me dial in.
ACCT. NRGV.
Drug.
NRGV.
That's a nice trade.
IMAB.
Let me back in for Big 16.
AEYE. NRGV.
Drug.
ACCD.
It's gone, isn't it?
XRTX.
Explode. There we go. Oh shit.
XRTX.
I captured a small winner there. From 1613 to 1668. Couldn't fall through that
XRTX.
high day breakout though. Well, I guess we're trading, and I guess I'm not having lunch.
ALLR.
Damn, man. I screwed up that sequence.
XRTX.
Made only $600 on all that stuff. I screwed up.
XRTX.
ALLR.
So, of course, I'm going to be looking to trade this out of the halt.
SOXS.
This is completely doing a super
SOXS.
low squeeze. Short sales are definitely short
Drug.
against this pivot is 1712. And now guess what? Now they're being stuffed like those
OPK.
geese that I was talking about, getting ready for pate. So now the bears are getting ready for pate. There's stuff right here, right? I have to cover
NIVF.
out of this hold, so pretty much I'll be looking for that insta buy out of the open. So here's when I get bored. 5 minutes
CMPO.
waiting. Put it at 44.
Drug.
Deviate. So don't.
Big spread.
In the meantime, sponsor basic. The dip in function is what?
SOXS.
A power pullback. You set up either boom, this. It's all the way.
Drug. Watch the
That's how a
spread.
typical dip and rip
Drug.
look like. Are we gonna have that here today? I don't know. I hope so. Are we going to resume?
Drug.
As a trader, you have to
Big spread.
or do you wait for the dip and-
XRTX. XRTX. XRTX.
But
Errors.
anyways, we'll see. Let's take a look at this.
Drug.
We'll
Big
resume
spread.
here in 10 seconds.
CJET. Errors. SOXS. SOXS.
Drug.
Oh my god.
Big spread.
Errors.
I'm
Coor.
in a halt.
Wolf.
This kills me.
SOXS.
XRTX. Wolf.
All right, so we're gonna be resuming $1,000 swings to
Wolf.
the downside.
ARGV.
I deserve
NRGV.
to put that as the title of my video. Getting ready.
NRGV.
10 seconds.
CMMB.
So this book called Six Figures
TBLA.
from Scratch is designed to keep open while you trade. So
TBLA. TBLA. NRGV.
It's going for 20, isn't it?
SPHR.
It's going for 20.
GNLX.
Drug. Watch the spread.
JSBR.
ABEO.
FEMY.
Drug.
GNLX. LTBR.
Oh, fuck. It's going for 20, isn't it? It's going for
XRTX.
20. He's not going for 20.
Coming up after the close, earnings from UAL, United Airlines, JBHT, JB Hunt, IBKR, Interactive Brokers, OMC, Omnicom Group.
TVGN. Drug. Big spread. Drug. TVGN.
SPHR. BW.
Drug.
SOXS.
Big spread. Drug.
SOXS.
SPHR, Sphere Group,
Drug.
48.99 now at the highs, up 6.5% after announcement earlier
ORMP.
of the next venue in
Drug.
Abu Dhabi. That's
Big spread.
Sandy Papa Hotel Romeo, SPHR.
BW.
Drug. Big spread.
GNLX.
Drug.
My life flash in front of my eyes right there. Afraid of a hold down.
Drug.
SOXS. BW.
Drug. Big spread.
BW.
He's holding. We might hold this pullback here. It's either hold down or hold
SOXS.
pullback. There's no between.
SOXS.
Going for 18 here.
SOXS. SOXS.
NIVF.
SOXS.
SOXS. J&J, jury finds J&J's talc powder is responsible for
SOXS.
Connecticut man's cancer. That's
Drug.
Juliet November
SOXS.
Juliet.
Big spread.
J&J.
Drug. Drug.
SOXS.
Drug. Big spread. NIVF.
BGS.
Drug.
ALLR.
Drug. Drug.
SOXS, SOXS,
There's 18. Drug. There's 18.
SOXS, SOXS,
I'm shaking. Drug. It's pretty crazy. This is fucking crazy.
FAS,
NIVF.
LTBR,
Drug. Drug.
FAS,
NIVF. NIVF.
ALLR, ALLR, SPHR,
NIVF.
FAS,
Drug. Big spread. Drug. NIVF. NIVF.
LTBR,
NRGV.
BW,
Drug.
BW, NRGV,
NIVF. NRGV. Drug.
NRGV,
Drug. Big spread. Drug. Big spread. Drug. Big spread. Drug. Big spread.
SQSP,
Drug. Drug. Big spread. Drug.
Drug,
Drug.
RBOT,
Drug.
NRGV,
Drug.
Drug.
Drug. Big spread. Drug.
NRGV.
Drug. Big spread. Drug. Big spread. Drug. Watch the spread.
Drug.
Drug. Big spread. Drug. Big spread.
Crazy. He's going for 20. Oh my god.
NIVF.
20.
JDZG.
Show us 20, baby. It's getting stuffed.
TVGN.
Oh, I fell too soon. It's gone. Oh my god. Holy
ONCT. ONCT.
I was so close of buying that shit. Oh my god.
ONCT.
Drug.
NIVF.
UDMY. Kava.
I've been receiving checks from Charles Schwab's on a weekly basis. Let me show
Drug.
you. Here are
Big
some
spread.
of the checks that I receive as proof. Basically, all I have to
NVCR.
Drug.
Guys.
Big spread.
I'm printing money like if this is illegal, but because I've been trading for half a decade. Please do not try this at home. Do not try
NIVF.
this tomorrow morning. Do not try this with a live account. Trust me. Me making thousands of dollars doesn't mean anything.
ONCT.
Drug.
And it won't translate to you making thousands of dollars. Oh my god. Hold on. 1750.
Drug.
Oh, it held. It shut me out. It won't translate to you making thousands of dollars. Most likely you're going to lose it all.
Drug.
Most likely you're going to be buying at 22 right there and selling.
ONCT.
This is high risky business stuff. Please. Please. Regardless of how easy it may look when I do it, trade in a simulator. This is very high risk stuff.
ONCT.
This stock is up over 500%, which means that that move is not sustainable. It is going to come back down eventually.
NVCR.
Please don't blow your opportunity of making this a career in one day or in one trade. So be very, very careful.
UDMY.
I've reduced
Drug.
my size
Big
significantly
spread.
here, in which
LILM.
I won't be able to make any big wins, but at the same time, I won't get caught in any big flushes or losers though.
NIVF.
At this point in the chart, we are extremely extended. 22 might very well be our high right there. And I'm just looking to
TVGN.
scrape the bottom of the barrel as we continue to see volatility,
NVCR.
but I'm not looking to make it or break it anymore.
NRGV. NVCR.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
TVGN.
NVCR.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my god. That's like a short seller's worst
NRGV.
nightmare right
NRGV.
there.
NRGV.
That engulfing
TVGN.
candle, it's the
Fast.
definition of bullishness.
TVGN.
Bull fight going
NVCR.
on right here. Bulls and Bears gonna win. Or should we say the Bulls and the Geese? Ah, Lord. The geese are stuffed right here. Getting ready for pate, that's for sure. This is insanity. Even jumping in here is kind of crazy. I don't know if I can do it. 22
NRGV.
or 21. New candle in 10 seconds. I'm trying it. I'm going for over 21. Over 21.
Kava.
Made a few pennies there.
NRGV.
Holding 21. I'm trying it again. 2080. Over 22.
NVCR.
At 22.
Drib.
TVGN. 23,
NRGV.
hold level 2311. There's no way in hell I'm buying right
NVCR.
there. Drip. Because your only profit potential is 11 cents because the whole level is right there.
NVCR.
Whereas your risk is fucking this thing flushing $2-3 per share, or maybe 5, 10. Not getting pinned. Oh, whole level moved up. Is it gonna chase it? Of course it is. Guys.
NIVF.
Guys. Welcome.
NVCR. NVCR.
TVGN.
Welcome to the small cap market, a place in which nothing makes sense. But we don't care about sense. We care about volatility here. And that's exactly what we're getting.
NVCR.
Wow.
NVCR.
Wow. Insane.
Drug.
It up from earlier today from
ND.
Excuse me. What size
JDZG.
Yeah,
CMMR.
1.5 right now. I was like 3K, 4K, and then I've just been kind of down.
Integrated into the setup.
UABS.
CRVS.
2050.
NVCR.
Wow, there's so much buying
NVCR.
going in there and we didn't win.
NEWB.
NVCR.
That's insane. 2050 is low.
UABS. NVCR.
NVCR.
JDZG.
Fucking nuts. There's some
NVCR.
now there's some big
NVCR.
short sellers in this. The type of selling that we were seeing there
CTLP.
by some hidden sellers is ridiculous.
Drug.
Now the squeeze is gonna go even crazier.
If I found a way as a chef to make a side income with trading, anyone can. Would you like to know how?
LILM.
TPST.
CMMB. LILM. LILM. UDMY. LILM. CTLP. NVCR.
Drug.
Whole level is the whole level going to move up?
NIVF.
Teva.
Looking at the whole level. I'm gonna move
Teva.
over 30.
Drug.
I'm gonna take a stab for the breakout of 30. He moved up, jumping in here, and getting rinsed. Getting rinsed. Yikes.
SCWO.
Oh god.
TPST.
I was in at 28.32. It's up at a 27.15. Like $900 loser. It's getting crazy. 25.35.
NVCR. NVCR. NVCR.
NVCR.
NVCR. NVCR. NVCR.
Drug.
SCWO.
If he flushes on the 25, I might take a stab on it.
Drug.
But I can catch it.
Big spread.
A $5
Drug.
flush.
Big spread.
25. New candle is open.
NVCR,
Gonna go
NVCR, SPHR, Tyra, NVCR, 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 NVCR,
Drug. Drug.
That dip.
DNUT,
10 minutes to the U.S. markets close.
Uh-oh.
Cava,
Uh-oh.
SCWO,
Drug. Big spread.
Nope. This thing, the selling has begun. Out of the
INDV,
way. Holy crap. 2350.
Drug. Big spread.
Drug, 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 Tava,
Drug.
NVCR,
Drug.
NVCR, Drug,
She's gonna teleport
Drug.
straight up. Hitting its head at 2550 there. By the way, please leave a like if you want to see more live trading in the recaps. 2350.
DNUT, NVCR, NVCR, NVCR,
This thing is do a hold down,
SCWO,
but the hold down is so
Drug,
far away. It's at $20 per share that
Drug.
for this thing to drop 5 points, everybody has to stop buying it.
HCAT,
Drug.
We started there.
Drug,
Drug.
Cava,
No, that's not good. Oh my god.
NVCR, NVCR,
Oh shit.
NVCR, NVCR,
I gotta stop out. I screwed up that trade. He went against me way too much. Now watch it bounce. Ah, it is
Drug.
sending support right there. Damn it, man. I fucked that up. Ah.
Easy. JDZG.
I think that's gonna do it for me. I'm flying too close to the sun here. A crazy, crazy day in the markets.
LILM,
Maybe a retest of 20 before I leave.
Go, Cava, NVCR,
What platforms that keeps doing the call outs?
NVCR,
Trade ideas.
Oh, okay, cool. Thanks.
UDMY, UDMY,
Drug.
CTLP,
Drug. Big spread. JDZG.
MRM, Watt,
Drug. Watch the spread. JDZG. Drug. Big spread.
Coming up after hours,
JDZG.
earnings from United
SPHR.
Airlines, ticker UAL, reporting at 4 p.m. Eastern. Interactive Brokers, ticker IBKR. JB Hunt, ticker JBHT.
Faz.
It's gone. Oh man, that's disappointing. They fucked that one up. Look at it. It's gonna hold. Gonna go like to 26 now.
JDZG.
SQSP. Faz. Faz.
I was seeing if I could find another safe entry down there.
Faz. SPHR. Drib.
It's gone. It is gone.
Coda.
JDZG. TVGN.
Anyways, with that, I'm
Very.
going to close the recap. Made other $3,000 here, day trading live. And my high was up 16,000. But it looks like I'm going to be giving 2,000 off the top here. But anyways, I appreciate you guys tuning in.
Drug.
If you have enjoyed
Big
this
spread.
video, make sure to leave a like.
MDAI.
Subscribe if you want to see daily live trading recaps. But most importantly, if you want to make this dream happen for yourself,
BW. BW.
let's get the learning started.
ASLE.
I'm going to teach you everything I know in the first link down below.
ASLE. Faz. Faz.
Holy smokes, guys. Things just keep getting better for SoFi stock. We officially hit $10.50. You heard that right. $10.50 earlier in the day, and now it's about noon on the East Coast, and we're at $10.20, up over 1.5% on the day. So we have to break down the charts, my thoughts, what I'm looking to do, and later in the video, if we have time, we'll touch upon the markets, which, guys, the indexes are not looking pretty right now at all, except for the Russell, which is up around 0.5%. But yeah, jam-packed video. Hit the like button. Make sure to subscribe and get your free money from Moomoo, up to 15 stocks with at least a $100 deposit. And right now, when you do deposit at least $100, you get a $30 cash bonus. Just like that, guys. And your uninvested cash will earn up to 8.1%. APY. Just use that link down below or go to stocksurfest.com/Moomoo. And with that being said, cheers. Let's dive right into the video and talk about SoFi making history. Well, at least recent history, because this stock has been down and out for the last couple of months, all year pretty much, and now we're finally starting to build momentum. You guys can see now we're over $10 per share, which we did crack above yesterday momentarily. I think we hit $10.07. That might have been the high from yesterday. And today, we completely broke out of there, right? We hit $10.50 during the session here about 2 hours ago at about 10 a.m. on the East Coast. And here on thinkorswim, it looks like we hit $10.50 as well, right in the beginning of the pre-market at 4 a.m. here on the East Coast. You guys can see SoFi hit $10.50, or at least it says here on thinkorswim that it hit $10.50. So we obviously are continuing the uptrend with this move here. We broke out of the highs from yesterday, from the last couple of days, weeks, and months for that matter. Right, as you all can see, as I pull back the layers, officially, as we hit $10.50, guys, we were up $3 per share off the low from just 2 weeks ago, less than 2 weeks ago, on the 2nd of October. We hit $7.50 on the 2nd of October, which
Teva.
means we
Drug.
were up 40%
Watch the spread.
off that low at one point.
Go.
And this goes to show how fast
CANF.
these kinds of stocks can move, smaller companies, right? This is not a multi-$100 billion market cap company, right? It's, or at least it was, an $8 billion company. Now it's probably a 9, 10, 12 billion dollar company, but companies of that size, they could see moves like this. It's totally normal. It's not like unusual to see a company like SoFi, their stock price, to see it move like this. It's not unusual, right?
RMCF.
So
Watch the
obviously
spread.
breaking out,
SVN.
no doubt about it.
Big spread.
And on the 4-hour chart,
NIVF.
officially at a
Drug.
$5. You guys
GNPX.
know we've been talking about some key levels on here, $8.50.
Watch the spread.
You know,
NIVF.
$9.50. We
GYL, United Airlines reported $3.33. The
BSLK.
Uniform Alpha Lima
BSTM.
Company.
JBHT. BBAI. BHVN. LNTH. VTLE. RMCF.
Q4 adjusted earnings of $2.50 to $3 versus the $2.68 estimate that GYL announcing a $1.5 billion share buyback. That's UAL.
Drug. Watch the spread.
IBKR Interactive Brokers reporting $1.75. That's below the $1.82 estimate for India Bravo Kilo Romeo.
Drug.
Revenue 1.365 billion. The estimate 1.332 billion for IBKR.
Drug.
United Airlines outlook
spread.
year-end fleet plan for B737 MAX of 192 aircraft.
Drug. Watch the spread. Drug. BFC Bank
Watch
First
reporting
$1.65, which
$1.65.
obviously now we broke out of. We're completely ripping through there. And I mentioned to you guys, I think in the video yesterday, $10.50 was the high from December of last year, right? That's actually the last time until, up until today that we hit 10.50. You guys can see here we hit 10.49 on the dot here on the 27th of December, it looks like. And today officially we broke out of there, even though it's not showing it here on the thinkorswim chart. I don't know why. I guess it takes a little bit for it to update. But yeah, man, we're heading in the right direction, and we have filled all the gaps that we've called out here, right? 850, we filled that gap. 915, 945. Now we filled the gap to 1050. And to be honest, man, we might be due for some sort of little pullback or some sideways trading. I don't really know. That's what I'm thinking, at least heading into earnings here. But with this being not a crazy high short interest stock, but there is short interest, guys. People are shorting. Who knows, man? Who knows? We might squeeze up even higher. More shorts might cover, maybe even before earnings come out. That's totally possible. So you never really know. You might think it's overbought and it can't go even higher, but it might. You never know. And if we crack over $10.50, folks, well, where could we be going? I'm glad you asked, guys. I'm glad you asked. The next gap to fill here, at least looking at this 3-year chart, we can see is at $11.75. That's where the stock was just about a year and 3 months ago in July of 2023. Not too long ago, guys. Not too long ago. So, yeah, we filled the gap to 850, 915, 945, 1050. Now, if we continue cracking through 1050, we'll see 1175 could be the next gap to fill. And is it guaranteed? Is it for sure going to happen? No, guys. For all we know, this could cut in half and go back to $5 tomorrow, for all we know, right? Nobody knows what's going to happen, but, all things are moving in SoFi's favor, right? We're getting rate cuts. That's good for them. More and more people are applying for mortgages, student loans, right? Personal loans. That's good. We just got a couple partnership announcements. That's good. There's just a lot going on. The stock's shorted, so we're getting a bit of a short squeeze right now as well. So there's a lot working in its favor. And the only thing that could rain on SoFi's parade right now would be I guess there's two things, probably more, but two prominent things. A stock market overall sell-off, right? Maybe after the election, I don't know, which is coming up here in 2-3 weeks, by the way. Maybe after an election, we get a bit of a sell-off, I don't know, in the overall stock market. That could cause SoFi to come down, right? So that's A. And B, if they don't do well on earnings. Earnings are coming up here in about 2 weeks, right? 2-3 weeks on the 29th of this month in the morning. So if they don't do well on earnings, guidance especially, that could be setting us up for maybe a bit of a sell-off here. But we've come up so much, guys. We're pushing over $10 now. Even a pullback, I mean, we'd be at $9, $9.50, $9.25, even with a decent pullback. And that's still way above where we've been over the last couple of months. So even if this thing pulls back a sizable amount, it's still going to be looking good on the charts. So what do you guys think about SoFi? What are you doing? By the way, I'm long. I'm holding on. I'm not selling anything. I'm not buying any shares here either, but I'm just simply holding on. Let me know what you guys are doing in the comments down below. And we're doing this in the midst of a red day. Right now, all the indexes except for the Russell are in the red. The NASDAQ's down 1.3%. Not the best day for the NASDAQ 100. The S&P is down about 0.5%, which I think a lot of these were due for a pullback, especially the S&P and the Dow. So SPY's down 0.5%. The Dow's down about 0.3%. Much needed pullback on these. But the Russell's pushing, man. Pushing a big multi-month resistance at about 2250, 2300, which if that breaks, if that plays out, we get out of this resistance, all-time highs could be coming on the Russell. So what do you guys think? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. We're almost at 50,000 subscribers, guys. And shout out to everybody that's been joining the Patreon. If you want to see me build out my private Patreon portfolio, you want to be a part of the Discord, you want to have access to me, my thoughts, charts, and ideas throughout the week, it's all on Patreon, guys. Simple. Link down below, or go to stocksurfest.com/Patreon. Make sure to join. I'll see you guys on the inside, and let me know if you have any questions about that, by the way. Go to my email. That's linked down below. I'll shoot you a response. And with that being said, cheers. I'll catch you guys in the next video.
When it comes to Amgen's life-changing medical breakthroughs, every second counts. But without investment, those breakthroughs are often paused. Citi's seamlessly connected banking, markets, and services businesses deliver global financial solutions, so our client can keep investing in innovations for patients around the world without pause. For the love of moving our clients forward, for the love of
VSME. STEC. 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 Drug. STEC. Drug. Big spread. STEC. STEC. NVCR. Watch the spread. NVCR. Big spread. JDZG. STEC. Drug. Big spread. STEC. BDRX. Big spread. BDRX. OCEA. BDRX. BDRX. Watch the spread.
NISN, Nissan International, initiates a $15 million share buyback. That's November, India, Sandy November, NISN.
Big spread. BDRX. Big spread. BDRX. Watch the spread.
U.S. judge ordering Boeing and government to provide supplemental briefing by October 25th on plea deal. That's Bravo
BDRX.
Alpha.
Big spread.
PRZO, Parazero, naming a new CFO.
BDRX.
Papa Romeo Zulu Oscar.
Big spread. BDRX. Big spread. BDRX. Big spread. BDRX. Big spread. BDRX. Watch the spread. Drug. Big spread. Drug. Watch the spread. Drug. Watch the spread. Drug. Big spread. Drug. Big spread. STEC. Drug. Big spread. UAVS. NIVF. UAVS. OCEA. STEC. 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 BDRX. BDRX.
The new $7 Lux
BDRX.
Cravings Box. It's Lux for less, only at Taco Bell.
BDRX. BDRX. Big spread. STEC. BDRX. BDRX. Big spread. ASNS. ASNS. OCEA. Book. TVGN. Drug. Watch the spread. Drug. Watch the spread. Drug. Watch the spread. Drug. Big spread. Drug. BDRX. STEC. 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 AGBA. STEC. 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 Drug. Big spread. Drug. Watch the spread. Soaping. Drug. Big spread. STEC. 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 Drug. Big spread. STEC. Drug. Big spread. Drug. Watch the spread. Drug. Watch the spread. Drug. Big spread. Drug. STEC. BDRX. Watch the spread.
Your future is at your fingertips. Take advantage of the flexibility and diversity of futures trading with Ninja Trader, the #1 rated futures broker. Start trading futures.
Warren Buffett added $87 million worth of this company. We're going to talk about, is this company undervalued? Should you buy it? It's very interesting. You're going to want to see within this video a look at the valuation of the company, because you could be getting a stock right now that is substantially undervalued with a big name, Warren Buffett, behind it. Ticker SIRI, Sirius XM Holdings. It's at $26, a $9 billion market cap. And it was reported over the weekend that Berkshire Hathaway further boosted Sirius XM stake with an $87 million share purchase. He picked up a total of 108 million shares. He went on a buying spree last week and he went crazy. You're going to want to see this interesting valuation that I'm going to show you in today's video. If you do want a 30-day free trial in the Discord, there's a link in the top pinned comment. Sign up, get your 30-day free trial in the Moon Market private Discord. I was just talking about ticker GRTS, alerting that to add everybody in the private Discord that this could potentially be a big runner. We ended up getting a really big move out of it today from our 0.045 entry that I alerted. It went 70%, and this member here...
Folks, world-renowned trader and prominent politician Nancy Pelosi is going all in one specific stock, and we need to break down exactly what that stock is. This stock is quickly becoming one of the biggest in her portfolio, is one she buys calls on, and is one that her and presumably her husband have been disclosing trades on again and again and again. In today's video, we're going to break down everything that you need to know and why she might see a lot of potential in this stock. In fact, she sits on a lot of committees where this company is likely super relevant and maybe being discussed for certain government contracts. I'm going to break it all down for you today in a very nice and easy to understand way. And then we'll get into today's sponsored segment on DeFi Technologies, DEFTF. DEFTF is having a phenomenal year, up some 289% and trending. We'll explain why now is a great time to begin your due diligence. This is our second time featuring them in our sponsored segment here on the channel, and we're very excited to feature it here again today because there's a few core reasons why they're super relevant right now. And as always, if you're the one taking the risk, you got to be the one doing the ultimate frisk. Make sure to do your own due diligence on all ideas presented here on the channel. Okay, so Nancy Pelosi, Madam Pelosi, Speaker Pelosi, Trader Pelosi. Well, she just disclosed buying PNW, Palo Alto Networks, For starters, Quiver Quant shows she disclosed making 2 separate purchases, with the first valued between $100,000 to $250,000 and the second valued between $500,000 and $1 million. The first are 20 call options with a strike price of $200 and an expiration date of January 17th, 2025. The second is 50 call options with a strike price of $200 and an expiration date of January 17th, 2025 as well. Now, it's worth mentioning that Pelosi did the same thing.
In this video, I'm going to talk about a $1 stock that has an unknown $240 million contract. And it's very interesting to why I say an unknown $240 million contract. You're going to have to find out why I'm using the word unknown in this video. It's very interesting. Stay to the end, guys. Drop a like on this video if you do enjoy this content. And the stock we're talking about is ticker CERS at $1.82, a $337 million market cap. I'm going to be swing trading this play. Guys, if you do want to be a part of the private Discord, a 30-day free trial is still available right now. It's going to be closing down soon. Recently, we had a couple $4,000 wins here, $4,000 win there, $9,000 win on Agri, which was a swing trade from 5 cents. It nearly hit 10 cents. Guys, get your 30-day free trial. But let's talk about ticker CERS, starting with the chart here. Then I'll get into the DD. I'll get into the contract. I'll talk about why that contract is rather unknown as of right now, and also has a lot of interesting call options activity on the stock. So CERS, the trade idea on this one, I'm in at pretty much the current price. My average might be a little bit, I think it's $1.79. It was $1.81 at first. I alerted the Discord. I added a little bit on this red candle. You can see right here, we're on the daily, and my average is at $1.79 right now. It's currently sitting at $1.82. The trade idea is going to be pretty much buy right around here. That's where my entry is right now. Going to have a stop loss under $1.50. I wouldn't really put it at under $1.60 on this one, just because that's where it's been bouncing consistently. There's a lot of really good support here at $1.60. So if it were to get down to $1.60, that might be a good add if you plan to kind of be patient with this one and kind of ride out a potential turn higher back up to that potential $2.50 point, which is going to be the first price target on ticker CERS. So like I said, $342 million market cap, $178 million float on CERS. They currently have $74 million of cash right now. They are cash flow positive as of right now. And the dilution, it's really not a worry with this one. The market cap is a little bit bigger here. It's not a micro cap. So in terms of dilution here, that's really not something you're going to have to worry about, especially because
all right, we have more changes unfolding in the race for Pennsylvania Avenue. Changes that have the Oracle of Wall Street, not Omaha, but Wall Street, B of A's chief financial strategist Michael Arnett, one of the smartest people on Wall Street, making his voice heard, putting out a prediction over the weekend, telling his clients who he believes will win in November. And the big money is clearly following his lead as new bets for president have soared in the last 48 hours. The clearest and most transparent way to gauge the race, where's the big money moving? These are 8+ figure investors, folks, who are putting their money where their mouth is, and it is causing panic in Washington. Wait till you see this, but before we get started, thank you for liking and sharing these videos. It really helps out the channel, and consider subscribing so you don't miss these regular updates. So we are 19 days out before November 5th, and the Harris campaign is finding themselves stuck in quicksand, unable to break out. Democrats are beginning to get deja vu to what it was like right after Biden bombed the debate. The party is leaking like a sieve, now pointing fingers at who's at fault for the current state of play, blaming one another for the utter collapse that they're experiencing in the polls.
Are you still stuffing your kangaroo hoodie pockets? Meet the new improved bearskin tactical hoodie.
Vice President Kamala Harris had a 5-point lead in our last poll taken a month ago, right after the debate. That lead has all but evaporated, Willie. Take a look at this new head-to-head matchup, 48% to 48%. That is what we call a deadlocked race.
And new national polling as Trump and Harris tied. National polling tracks with popular vote margins, right? That's what we're talking about here. Trump now is a shot at winning the popular vote. Look at where national polling was at this time in 2020 and 2016. Biden was up 9.2 and Clinton was up 7 points 3 weeks out from election. There's a reason they say the national polls track right along with the popular vote. This is Democrats' worst fear, a blowout election where there's no chance to play games. This is why Biden got swapped out in the first place. Party bosses were worried we'd see a 1984 style election where Ronald Reagan trounced Walter Mondale, winning every single state beside Minnesota, even California. Reagan won 525 electoral votes to Mondale's 13. That was the direction we were heading before Biden dropped out of the race. If things keep going this way, it's possible we could know the winner on election night. How amazing would that be? And CNN's been losing their minds over this. Trump's numbers are historic, they say. Watch this.
And the bottom line is this. At this particular hour, if you believe the polling, Donald Trump's going to put up the best performance with black voters since Richard Nixon back in 1960. Not 68, since 1960. That's 64 years ago. Among Hispanic voters, Donald Trump's going to put up the best performance for Republicans since 2004 and George W. Bush.
And the media and establishment in Washington is now planning for the Armageddon scenario, wargaming for a Trump sweep. Behind the curtain election scenario, wargaming a Trump sweep, writing if former President Trump wins the election and Republicans keep the House and flip the Senate, the U.S. would witness a dramatic consolidation of new right-wing populist power at scale. Trump would pursue a dramatic expansion of presidential power, gutting the federal bureaucracy, thank goodness, and installing thousands of executive branch loyalists to rip off the guardrails that restrained his first term. And according to Axios, they were given access to a CIA-inspired presentation on how to combat this worst-case scenario, they say, writing, the big picture, we got our hands on a fascinating private presentation by FGS Global, a worldwide communication worldwide communications and public affairs consultancy advising huge clients on how to prep for various election outcomes. The presentation is based on a CIA method of anticipating, understanding, and navigating geopolitical outcomes. This is an all hands-on-deck effort at this point. The Harris campaign's so desperate, they're sending her out to Fox News, scheduling her first Fox interview tomorrow evening with Bret Baier. Joe Rogan's people came out yesterday and said top brass from the Harris campaign flew to Austin over the weekend and met with his team, basically begging them for a chance at a Rogan interview. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what panic mode looks like for the Democrats. Try and imagine 1 month ago. Think back to right after the debate. Nobody could get her to even sit down for an interview. When she agreed to a 5-question scripted chat with a local news outlet, it was as if the gates to heaven opened. Well, 4 weeks later, and they're now begging people to interview her. And it's not just the polls that are showing Trump's strength right now, it's the markets, betting markets now have Trump winning at blowout margins. B of A's chief financial strategist even weighed in over the weekend, telling his clients to gear up for a Trump victory. Take a look at this, showing U.S. election probability outcome with Trump leading by 6 points, a 6-point spread if the election were held today. A Trump win at 53% versus Harris 47%. Also showing congressional outcomes here in this as well, showing if the election were held today, chances of a Republican Senate are now at a mind-blowing 71% to a Dem Senate at 29%, with the House remaining in Democratic control. And he goes into why Trump and Republicans are doing so well suddenly, specifically in swing states, which we know is all that matters, writing, Quote, latest win probabilities, Trump 53, Harris 47. Labor market hints at why election close. Employment trends in 7 swing states and, more crucial, 13 swing counties within these states show payroll growth in swing states in line with the national average, 1.6%. But employment growth weaker in the 3 Rust Belt states and even weaker, again, in most important counties within Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But more relevant, he says, to Wall Street is the probability of a sweep election by either party. Over the last 2 months, he says, the chances of that have been low and stable, only around 30%, allaying investor fears that the election would trigger inflationary higher tariffs, lower taxes, lower immigration, and thus higher bond yields and lower stocks. That was until this week, with Newsweek writing on Sunday, Donald Trump's chances of winning a landslide. Look, when left-wing media begins throwing around the word landslide, you know there's a problem. Panicked phone calls with top Dem pollsters and donors this weekend went into overdrive.
The cross-checking super valuable, right? If a really valuable, well-known to me Republican source and a really valuable, well-positioned, well-known to me Democratic source are saying the same thing about what they're seeing in the private polling, that's really valuable. It's more valuable than just having it from one, for sure. And it gives me a greater sense of confidence of what I feel comfortable bringing to you. There's no doubt in my mind that the polling, as I've characterized it this week, is accurate. That right now, Trump would win, and that the numbers are moving in his direction, and what's going on based on my reporting. So today, I talked to a Republican pollster who, again, is not a charlatan. He's a real pollster. It's someone I've worked with for decades. I trust him. He's never lied to me, to my knowledge. And I can't tell you the specifics yet, but he told me that one state that the Harris campaign is very keen on winning, of the 7. He said, I know that state really well. I can't tell you how, but trust me, he knows that state really well. And he said, she's not winning that state. Like, forget any public or private poll you see.
She is feeling the pressure. They are desperate. Many pundits and campaign officials believe she just hasn't given Americans enough reason to vote for her, they say. So yesterday, her campaign announces reparations are coming, with Harris now promising black men $20,000 forgivable loans if she wins. The loans, her campaign says, would be offered to black entrepreneurs in partnership with trusted organizations like mission-driven lenders and banks with a proven commitment to their communities. Think COVID stimulus, her campaign said. Desperation, that's what this is.
And sometimes there's a trend line that I never noticed before and make me go, whoa. This is one of them, all right? This is the Democratic margin among black men under the age of 45 in presidential elections. You go back to November of 2012, what do you see? You see Obama by 81. Clinton only won him by 63. Then we're all the way down to Biden last time around by 53. A tremendous drop already. And then you take a look at the average of the most recent polls, and Kamala Harris is up by only 41 points. That is about half the margin that Obama won them by back in November of 2012. And this, I think, is, when Barack Obama goes in last week when he was in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, essentially talking to young black men, he made it seem like it was a Kamala Harris specific problem. This is part of a long-standing trend of young black men moving away from the Democratic Party, and Kamala Harris is just the latest to face that magnitude of younger black men going towards the Republicans.
That was as Wall Street and big money investors with the inside track on the best private polling out there have begun to double down on a Trump victory. Polymarket, the biggest of the betting sites, now has Trump reaching an all-time high this morning, with his chances of winning in 3 weeks at 57.2% to Harris's 42%. That's 15 points, folks. 15 friggin' points. And you wonder why the media is freaking out. Kamala even came out and tried to copy Trump again.
Share spiking $2.19.
Like courting the crypto market, promising to back crypto regulatory frameworks. When she was pitching black men over the weekend, desperate. She's throwing everything she can against the wall, hoping that something sticks. All right, that wraps up the news portion of this video. And before we go, I just want to give a quick update on the company we spoke about on Sunday, DeFi Technologies. If you didn't watch that last video, make sure to check it out. I did a deep dive on them. It's my only bullish call in the blockchain industry right now. I just want you to know where I stand with it. I really do believe in this company. They are on a rocket ship to outer space, folks. They just released their monthly corporate update showing assets under management again growing, now reaching $561 million US, up 49% since January, $6 million in inflows in just September alone. I'm extremely bullish on this company. And for the record, I normally stay away from like almost everything crypto. But this isn't a coin, this isn't an exchange, nothing like that. I think of this company as the vanguard of crypto. That's what they basically are. When I first found them.
And I'm not just talking about the market. I finally got my power back after the hurricane, and now I have Wi-Fi. So let's get to it. The market continues higher, continues higher, continues higher, and tech stocks are very near to their all-time highs now, finally. I talked about my NASDAQ long position before open today that I took a couple weeks ago, stating that yields continue higher, the dollar continues higher, and tech stocks continue higher as well. The idea being that generally they shouldn't be, the correlations should be bringing them down, they aren't, and therefore I think that's a good sign. We ended up rallying about 200 points into the end of the day, so I thought it was fine to cover that, or at least half of that. Under the guise, as I said, that things are getting very extended. Things like the Fear and Greed Index getting to extreme greed, the put-call ratio remaining exceedingly low, and stock versus bond performance getting outsized as well. So while I think it continues to act very well, and perhaps does continue on a fantastic march higher, I think it's very likely that at this point we'll get some selling. Whether it be simply on overextension, though I think the more likely case is that we are overconfident in a soft landing at this point, and we're going to get another growth scare, which leads me to like bonds more. Bonds are obviously generally a lot trickier than the short end of the curve. We sort of know that the 2-year is going lower, but that's also directly priced in via the futures market. Though in this case, markets are expecting a generally pretty tight spread at this point between where we are now and where we will be at the end of 2025. But in either case, we're still pricing in significant decline in short end yields. Whereas in the 30-year yield, that isn't as much the case. However, we also have the issue that these yields don't necessarily have to be correlated, and the 30-year can remain stubbornly high despite a significantly lower short end, as we saw in 2009 when the 2-year dropped below 1% and the 30-year remained above current levels, even going into 2010, in which the 2-year yield dropped below 50 basis points and the 30-year yield again remained above current levels. Worth noting is that this occurred prior to the Fed mandate of 2%. The 2% target was established in 2012, and that specific inflation target wasn't around until then. And many argue that this does change the argument on long-end bonds and suggest that perhaps comparing this situation now to what it was prior to that ruling is a difficult task. As we saw following 2012, bonds continued into ever uptrend onto lower lows. So if we are now due for economic correction and another growth scare, bonds may react more than they did in those cycles. And even in disagreement with that idea, I think there's perhaps a lot to be said about the fact that we are now at very significant support in the bond market in terms of volume, and that the risk here and the idea here is simply that we are now in an uptrend for whatever reason other than we are simply in one, and that you only have to risk a moderate amount to attempt to hold your position far higher for a very positive risk-reward ratio. And so if nothing else, on a thesis perspective, if only based on this, it still seems like a rather reasonable idea. And some people argue that, yes, this is just an ETF, it does not represent the whole market, but you look at other things like bond futures and other duration futures, it's all about the same. So I think you can reasonably assume that that also applies to the real and secondary bond markets that we don't chart. The only downside to this idea, obviously, is that you are picking low for the most part, at least in terms of this recent move. But in zooming out, we've established general higher highs and higher lows. And I think you have a few reasons from a technicals perspective that suggest it's perhaps worth trying. But certainly if you think that the unemployment rate is going to continue trending higher, then you perhaps have many reasons to like that idea. Another thing worth mentioning is that as the inflation rate has gone down, it appears as though the relationship between stocks and bonds has largely flipped. As we saw in 2022 and in 2023, when inflation was still high, they had a generally positive relationship. But as CPI continued lower, that relationship began to flip. And we can see it here, where stocks rallied, bonds declined, and now more recently, significant declines in stocks were met with significant rallies in bonds, and now again with an inversion. So perhaps if we are to assume extraordinary overextension in equities, or at least some overextension, then that will perhaps help us like bonds as well. And it's worth mentioning that we got another incredibly bullish survey. While we didn't crack 50% this time, this was the lowest bearish rating we've had in a very long time. And when we all tend to increase risk, we obviously have less of a bias towards bonds. So there are a lot of things that can return and give us bullish action on bonds. If people become more pessimistic, soft landing thesis perhaps becomes weary with a growth scare, or even simply we start to realize that perhaps yields are too high given inflation. There are a lot of things that can move in your favor, and given the volume profile as I've shown, the risk reward on that idea can become quite high, at least in my opinion. And I think it's nice that this week's special question on the survey was, which factor is most influencing your 6-month outlook for stocks? And the main answer is the economy and inflation, and the second highest answer is interest rates. Those are what people are thinking about right now. That's what's driving the narratives. Moving back to this, my general goal is to look to buy dips in both of these potential uptrends in bonds and stocks. Because if you do enter back into a low inflation environment where bonds are inverse to stocks, you get into a situation where generally you can have a lower beta and be long two uptrends that counteract each other on dips. It won't be perfect, but obviously those types of situations are very good to take advantage of, and that potential seems to be setting in. That's a lot on stocks. Moving back onto commodity markets, I'd like to talk about silver again. And if you'll recall, I covered on this day over here and was upset that I had exited. And thankfully, we got 2 significant down days off of a high close, and it allowed me to re-enter at a similar enough price. And now we have since moved higher. It's a general rule of mine to buy or sell something if there are 2 significant days against the trend. This is what we got in silver on these 2 days, which gave a great long opportunity, at least so far, and a good risk-reward ratio, because now I think it's pretty simple to be long above 30 and out below. This was also the same reason I got back into China. We covered at the first point of resistance over here, very near to the high. We then had 2 significant down days against the trend, which I used to get back in a larger portion of my position, though not all of it. I'd like to still have ammo to buy it if it continues further, but I like this idea. I still think Chinese stocks are going to all-time highs, and I thought this was a good time to get back in. Going back to metals, another reason to perhaps like silver is that it has been acting relatively strong recently. Copper has not been doing as well. Neither has palladium, platinum, though it has done better today, or even gold, at least today, though it is still without a doubt the leader of the move. And I think it's a pretty simple situation of, this is the breakout, we've retested it twice, and now, if it's true, we are in a simple consolidation following this new breakout, and we remain on our journey to, I would say, 42 or so. And I still like that idea. And I'm happy that I have been able to get back into it at a similar price. On to other markets, it is unfortunate to see that soybeans have declined significantly. We rode the rally up, we got in cheaper, but it does look like it's going to fail, and that it will get stopped out soon. It will likely end up being a net-net trade, but it still hurts to see. Wheat, on the other hand, has been a bit better, and we did the same thing getting out on these 2 days of breakout and buying back on the 2 down following the breakout, but it is now a negative on that position, and unfortunate to see as well, though we are still in this one, and soybeans too, but very close to those new lows, in which case I will be stopped out. Similarly is cotton, still some room left, but again, not acting great. A good chance that it now will not work out, and it is what it is. Largely low risk on most of these positions, and moves that allowed me to move my stop up higher to mitigate some risk in the first place, so it is what it is. Lastly, there are the softs. My only position here is in coffee spreads. I think coffee continues to look very well. I think that if it does break out onto significant all-time highs, spreads will tighten significantly, and spreads like December 2024 minus March 2025 have a lot of upside, if not alone just going up to $4, which is a pretty good risk-reward ratio for recent lows. But obviously, if there is an actual shortage squeeze, it would likely go beyond that. But for now, not a greatly high conviction trade, just one that has a good reward ratio. In commodities, I don't think there's too much to talk about other than that. A lot of the pressure is coming from a rising dollar, which applies downward pressures to commodities priced in dollars, of course. And despite this, I will say that metals, again, have held up very well. Despite that, silver, rather close to its highs, and gold rather close to its highs. I would consider that a good sign. I don't have a great deal else to talk about. I've said for a while that I hope that the market continues higher and that the VIX declines. And we have seen the market continue higher. And today we start to see the VIX decline a little bit. though not to anywhere that I would find reasonable buying it. I don't see much of a trade here. I still think it's probably worth being long some tech, as I am.
Drug.
But in general,
Watch the spread.
it's become a harder to navigate environment because we've moved up so quickly, and most indicators appear very stretched at this point. So the good trades
Drug.
seem gone already, and it's
Drug.
worth just waiting for something
Big
new.
spread.
The only thing I will say is that I still think Tesla's going lower. You see the market go higher, higher, higher again and again. Tesla continues to fail, though I don't really care enough to bet against it, only really enough to say
Drug.
that and leave it at that.
Watch the
I don't think
spread.
there's a great deal more to talk about. Most specific markets
Drug.
seem rather choppy, and aside from
Drug.
bonds being at a potential low
Drug.
with a worthy position, I don't think that there is much
CVRA.
else with a fantastic ratio or something really worth putting a lot of mental capacity into at this point. I like this idea. I think you reasonably have to risk a moderate amount to bet on it,
ASNS.
and otherwise, that's about it. Like, subscribe, that's all.
Link.
NIVF. BBLG. Drug. Big spread. Drug.
Drug. Drug.
Drug. Watch the spread.
Drug. Drug. Drug.
Drug.
Drug.
Watch the spread.
Drug. Drug.
Big spread. Drug. Big spread.
Drug. Drug. Drug.
Drug. Big spread.
Drug. Drug. Drug.
Drug. Big spread.
CNFR. Drug.
Drug. Watch the spread.
Drug.
NIVF.
BBLG. 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 PRSO. PRSO. Drug. 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 ATYR. Drug. Drug. BBLG. 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 Drug. Drug. BBLG. BBLG, 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 DBLG, BBLG, 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 BBLG. Drug, drug.